Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
She said she was my friend's sister. She smiled, walked straight down the hallway to his bedroom, grabbed something from his room, and left like she had every right to be there. That same night, the doorknob started turning with a key he never gave her. You can file this under, "I was just trying to help a friend out," because that is all this was supposed to be. I am 30-something, recently divorced, and the last person you would expect to be in the middle of some horror story. Last New Year's Eve, instead of going out, I agreed to stay at my co-worker's house just outside Columbus to watch his dog for the weekend. A quiet cul-de-sac, a friendly dog, a big TV, and a stocked fridge. That was the deal. I wanted a break from people. I wanted a boring night. Instead, I let a stranger into his home. She knew his name, she knew his dog, she walked straight to his bedroom like she had lived there before. I heard drawers opening, hangers scraping, a duffel unzipping. 10 minutes later, she came back down, thanked me, and disappeared into the cold Ohio night. When my friend finally picked up his phone in the middle of some packed Chicago bar, and I told him his sister had stopped by, the music bled out of the call, and he went dead quiet. "I don't have a sister," he said. That was the moment my stomach dropped. But the part that still keeps me up is what happened hours later, after the fireworks died down, when the house went mechanically silent, and someone came back to that same front door with his stolen key, still convinced my friend lived there, and still very, very sure she deserved to be let inside. 1.1. The house on the cul-de-sac. I never meant to let a stranger into someone else's house on New Year's Eve. If you had seen me that afternoon, you would not have pegged me as the main character in a horror story. I was just the tired, mid-30s guy in a wrinkled button-down, leaving another gray office building off the freeway, trying to remember where I had parked. It was my first New Year's Eve after the divorce, and everybody at work thought they were being helpful. "You gotta come out tonight, man," one of the guys from sales said, leaning on my cubicle wall. "Short north, little bar crawl, get you back in the game." I smiled, nodded, made some non-committal joke about being too old for that kind of thing. The truth was, the idea of shouting over music in a crowded bar made my chest feel tight. I did not want to be back in the game. I did not want to be anywhere, really. I just wanted the year to be over. That was when Mark leaned over from the other side of the cubicle wall, spinning slowly in his chair. "Actually," he said, "you want to do me a favor instead?" I looked at him, grateful for any distraction. Mark was the kind of coworker you end up being friends with because of proximity and sarcasm. We shared the same wall, the same coffee pot, the same complaints about management. He was a few years younger than me, still excited about happy hours and away games. "I booked this trip," he said, lowering his voice like he was about to tell me a secret. "Chicago, New Year's weekend. My girlfriend found some ridiculous deal on a hotel downtown. Only problem is Daisy," his dog. Daisy was a small, wiry blur of black and white fur and nervous energy, a border collie mix he had rescued from a shelter. I had seen pictures of her sleeping belly up on his couch, tongue hanging out, looking like nothing in the world could worry her. "I can't afford a real sitter," he went on, and my usual backup bailed. "You're not doing anything, right?" He grinned to make it sound less pathetic. Crash at my place, watch Daisy, raid the fridge, I'll pay you, easy money. New Year's Eve in my empty one-bedroom apartment, listening to the upstairs neighbor's TV bleed through the ceiling. Or New Year's Eve in a quiet suburban house with a friendly dog, a bigger TV, and someone else footing the pizza bill. It was not a hard decision. Yeah, I said. Sure, text me the address. That is how I ended up on I-270 West, around 3 in the afternoon on December 31st. The sky, one solid slab of low, bruised gray. Traffic was light, just a few cars drifting between lanes, everybody either already where they needed to be or still at work. Salt-stained barriers slid by on my right. On the left, bare trees made dark, scratchy lines against the clouds. I took the exit Mark had sent me, followed his directions past a strip mall with a dollar store and a dying laundromat, then into a subdivision that looked like it had been stamped out of a catalog. Identical mailboxes at the head of each driveway. Thin, young trees planted at precise intervals along the sidewalk. Vinyl-sided houses in shades of beige and pale gray, each with the same small front porch and two-step concrete stoop. The cul-de-sac he lived on was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels hollow rather than peaceful. A couple of SUVs sat in driveways. One house still had an inflatable snowman leaning sideways in the front yard, half deflated, bobbing in the wind like it was trying to get back up. Christmas lights clung to a few eaves, unlit in the gray afternoon, waiting for someone to remember to plug them in one last time. Mark's house was the third on the right. His Civic was already in the driveway, coated in a thin film of road salt. I pulled in behind it, killed the engine, and sat for a second with my hands on the steering wheel, listening to the ticking of the cooling engine. The air outside looked colder than it probably was, like the whole street was held under glass. When I stepped out, my breath went white in front of me. The only other sounds were the faint rush of the highway in the distance, and a dog barking somewhere several houses away. The front door of Mark's place opened before I could knock. Daisy shot out first, nails scrambling on the porch step, ears pinned back, making this high-pitched whining noise like she had been waiting all day just for me. Mark followed, shouldering his duffel, already in his heavy winter coat and beanie. "There he is," he said, grinning. "Daisy's new best friend. Come on in, man." Inside, his house felt exactly like a single guy's first suburban house is supposed to feel. The heat hit me in the face, carrying with it a cocktail of smells. Stale coffee, dog, dryer sheets, and the faint, musky trace of the cologne he always sprayed on himself in the office bathroom. The entryway opened straight into the living room, where a massive TV dominated one wall, its black screen reflecting the room back at us. A strip of LED lights behind it glowed soft blue, giving everything a kind of underwater tint. On the opposite wall, a router rested on a narrow shelf, a curling, sticky note clinging to it with his Wi-Fi password written in blocky, Sharpie letters. A framed Ohio State poster hung a little crooked over the TV. The carpet was clean, except for the occasional stray dog hair glinting in the light from the half-open blinds. He led me through to the kitchen, Daisy trotting ahead, her nails clicking a rhythm on the hardwood. The kitchen was small but tidy, countertops mostly empty except for a drying rack with a couple of plates and a chipped Ohio State mug. Above the fridge, a box of cereal slumped to one side. A clock hung over the entrance to the hallway, its second hand ticking with a faint but insistent sound. "Okay," Mark said, dropping his duffel by the back door. "Quick tour." He moved through the house like someone who still could not quite believe it was his. Pointed out the guest room where I would be sleeping. A futon, a small dresser, a lamp with a warm amber shade. Showed me where Daisy's food was, in a big metal container by the sliding glass door to the backyard. "The thermostat's right there," he said, tapping the wall. "I keep it at 72. You can bump it up or down if you want. Just don't freeze my pipes." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small ring of keys, sliding one off. "Front door," he said, dropping the key into my palm. It was warm from his hand, the metal slightly worn around the edges. "Use that if you need to run out. There's also a spare that usually stays right here." He gestured back toward the kitchen doorway. On the wall next to the pantry door, a small nail stuck out above eye level. Hanging from it was a single brass key on a bare ring, with a yellow sticky note underneath it that said "front door" and a lopsided smiley face. "Just so I don't lock myself out like an idiot," Mark said, chuckling. "It saved me a couple times." I remember looking at it and thinking, vaguely, that leaving a house key there in the open felt trusting. Not wrong, exactly, but like leaving your password written on a post-it stuck to your monitor. People did it all the time. It only mattered if the wrong eyes saw it. I shrugged the thought away. It was a safe neighborhood. Everyone left their trash bins out one extra day. Kids' bikes lay on lawns. The biggest crime here was probably someone not picking up after their dog. "Daisy eats around 7, Mark went on. "There's extra food in the pantry if you run low. She hates fireworks, so she'll probably pace a lot later. You can let her in the backyard, but stay with her if people are shooting stuff off." On cue, Daisy circled my legs and pressed her head into my knee, exhaling loudly. Her fur was softer than it looked. "You good?" Mark asked. "You can order whatever, man. Pizza, wings, use my Netflix, whatever you want. I'll be back Sunday night. Just text me if anything explodes." "Yeah," I said. "We'll be fine. Go have fun." He hugged Daisy, kissed the top of her head, grabbed his duffel, and headed for the door. The cold air rushed in again when he opened it. He paused, looking back at the little house like he was checking he had not forgotten some crucial part of it. "Happy New Year, man," he said. "Seriously, thanks for doing this." "Happy New Year," I replied. Then the door shut behind him, and it was just me and Daisy. The rest of the afternoon slipped by in the comfortable nothingness I had been craving. I set my duffel in the guest room, plugged my phone charger into the wall, and changed into sweatpants and an old hoodie. Daisy followed me from room to room, clicking and huffing, making sure I did not disappear. Around 6, my stomach reminded me I had not eaten since lunch. I grabbed my phone, pulled up the Domino's app, and ordered a large pepperoni from the Roberts Road location Mark always complained about and used anyway. While I waited, I stood at the sliding glass door and watched Daisy sprint around the small fenced backyard, her breaths puffing in small clouds, the sky above her a flat, darkening slate. The street beyond the fence was quiet. A couple of houses had turned their Christmas lights on, strands of green and red LEDs outlining roofs and windows, a plastic reindeer glowing faintly on someone's lawn. Somewhere down the block, a car door slammed, and a voice called out, "See you next year," followed by laughter. When the pizza was ready, I drove the 5 minutes to pick it up, the roads already slick with frost. The Domino's off Roberts was half empty, the bright fluorescent interior humming. A bored kid in a branded polo calling out order numbers while the TV above the counter showed some bowl game with the volume turned down. I grabbed the warm cardboard box, thanked him, and stepped back into the cold. By the time I got back to Mark's house, full dark had settled over the cul-de-sac. The sodium vapor streetlight at the turn cast everything in a dull yellow cone. My breath fogged in front of me as I walked up the driveway, pizza box in hand. From inside, through the front window, I could see the faint blue glow of the TV I had left on, and the shadow of Daisy's head in the lower corner as she watched the door, ears pricked. It felt peaceful, simple, a favor for a friend, a quiet night in someone else's life. I locked the door behind me without thinking, tossed my keys on the counter, and set the pizza box on the coffee table. If you freeze that moment in your mind, the hum of the refrigerator, the soft rush of warm air from the vents, the steady, comforting tick of the kitchen clock, there is nothing there that looks dangerous, nothing that tells you, plainly, that one small detail nailed to a pantry wall is already waiting to snap everything open. 1.2. Jenna at the door. By 9 o'clock, the house had settled into a lazy kind of warmth. The pizza box sat half open on the coffee table, slices cooling under the glow of the TV. Some movie I was not really watching flickered across the screen, all car chases and overmixed sound effects. The commentators on the channel next door were already talking about the upcoming countdowns in New York and Nashville, their voices riding just above the explosions of distant fireworks. Outside, the night had gone fully dark. Through the thin gap between the blinds, I could see little bursts of color popping low over the neighboring roofs, more smoke than light. Every time one went off, a faint crack reached the house, like someone snapping pencils out in the street. Daisy lay stretched along the end of the couch, her head resting on my ankle. Every firework made her flinch, a tiny tremor that ran down her body. Her ears twitched, lifting and flattening again. She would look toward the front window, stare for a second, then sink back down with a sigh. The subtle noises of the house layered into a rhythm I was already getting used to. The HVAC kicking on with a soft whoomp and then humming through the vents. The refrigerator cycling in the kitchen. The steady tick of the clock over the doorway. Somewhere in the freezer, the ice expanded and cracked, a brittle pop that sounded too sharp in the otherwise cushioned air. I had just reached for another slice when the doorbell rang. It was not a frantic pounding or someone leaning on the button, just one clean chime that cut through the living room and snapped everything else into the background. Daisy was on her feet before the sound had fully died, claws clicking on the hardwood as she jumped off the couch. The hair along her spine puffed up in a ridge I had not seen before. She stared down the short hallway toward the front door, ears forward, tail stiff. My first thought was Mark. Maybe he had forgotten something and turned around. My second thought was delivery, wrong house, late driver, something like that. Nobody else should have been coming here. Nobody else even knew I was here. I muted the TV. The sudden absence of noise left the ring of the doorbell hanging in my head like an echo. The bell did not ring again. I stood up, wiped my fingers on a napkin, and walked down the hallway. The closer I got to the door, the more aware I was of the sounds behind me. Daisy's hesitant steps, the distant rumble of fireworks, a car rolling slowly past the house outside. I did not open the door right away. That is one thing I did right. I stopped about a foot back, glanced at the frosted glass panel near the top, just a blurred shape of darkness beyond it, and raised my voice. "Yeah?" I called. The word felt too loud in the narrow hall. There was a pause, just long enough to make my skin prickle. Then a woman's voice answered, muffled slightly by the wood. "Hey, is Mark home?" Normal, casual, a little tired, like she had been walking in the cold. "He's out of town," I said. "Who's this?" "I'm Jenna," she replied. "His sister. I left some stuff here. He said it was okay if I came by and grabbed it." Something in me jerked sideways at that. Mark had never once mentioned a sister. Not in all the time we had worked together, not in any of the lunch conversations or half-drunken rants about his family. But that did not necessarily mean anything. People kept different parts of themselves compartmentalized at work. He could have a dozen siblings, and I would not know unless one of them called during a meeting. Still, that little wrinkle in the story showed itself like a seam. "Hang on," I said automatically. "I'll text him." I pulled my phone from my pocket, thumb already opening our message thread. Daisy came up alongside me, not barking, just standing very still, her body angled halfway between me and the door. Her nose pointed at the bottom edge of the wood, nostrils flaring. I typed, "Hey, your sister Jenna is here. Says she left stuff." The message slid into the chat, blue bubble glowing. Delivered popped up underneath it. No 3 dots, no immediate reply. On the other side of the door, the woman shifted her weight. I heard the faint scrape of a shoe on the porch. "It's really quick," she said. "I know where it is. He told me he'd let you know I might stop by." Her tone had that impatient edge people get when they think you are overcomplicating something simple. The more she talked, the more normal she sounded. There was no slur in her voice, no obvious anger, just someone who wanted to get inside, get their things, and leave. Behind me, a firework popped louder than the others, close enough that I could feel the vibration in the wall. Daisy flinched, nails skittering, then went back to staring at the gap under the door, a low rumble starting in her chest. I glanced down at her. "It's fine," I muttered, more to myself than to her. Maybe Mark had mentioned a sister in passing and I had forgotten. Maybe he had meant to tell me she might come by and got distracted in the rush of packing and leaving for Chicago. Maybe he was already half drunk by now, and my text was buried in his notifications. The house felt smaller suddenly, air closer to my skin. I unlatched the chain, flipped the deadbolt, and opened the door. Winter rushed in, cold and sharp, curling around my ankles and up my sleeves. The porch light above the door cast a yellow cone over the small concrete stoop. She stood just inside that light, close enough that I could see the fog of her breath. Gray OSU hoodie. Hood pushed back. Hair pulled up in a messy bun, a few strands stuck damply to her forehead. Black leggings, white sneakers with salt stains and dirty laces. A canvas duffel bag sagged against her hip, one strap cutting into her shoulder. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, nose pink. There was a small silver hoop through one nostril that caught the porch light when she shifted. Her eyes were dark, quick, flicking over my face and then past me into the house with a familiarity that did not fit her introduction. "Hey," she said, offering a faint, tired smile. "Sorry to bother you. He really didn't tell you I might swing by?" Up close, her voice matched her appearance perfectly. She could have been any woman in her late 20s in Columbus. Someone you would see in line at Target or filling up at a speedway. Someone you'd never think twice about. For a second, the tension drained out of me. She looked normal. She sounded normal. The world did not tilt or flash red in warning. "No," I admitted, "but it's fine. He's out of town, but if you know where your stuff is..." "I do," she said, stepping past me like we had known each other for years. "It's in his room. I'll be quick. Promise." Daisy had backed away as soon as the door opened, retreating down the hallway a few steps. She stood there now, ears flattened, eyes fixed on the woman. Her tail did not wag. Instead, she let out a low, thin growl that barely made it past her teeth. Jenna glanced at her, expression unreadable for a split second. Then she smiled again. "Hey, Daisy," she said, like she was correcting a child. You remember me?" The dog did not move. That should have been my second warning sign. Daisy was the kind of dog who loved everyone on principle. The maintenance guy, the mail carrier, the UPS driver. She treated them all like long-lost family. I had seen it in pictures and videos Mark showed off at lunch. Seeing her stand her ground and make that sound at this one person was off. But my brain filed it under fireworks. New person, general anxiety. Dogs pick up on moods, I told myself. She probably smelled the cold air and the adrenaline on me. "Down the hall, last door on the right," I said, stepping aside. "I know," Jenna replied. The way she said it, light but flat, made something twist in my stomach. She did not hesitate at all. She moved down the hallway with the easy, unthinking confidence of someone who could walk the floor plan with her eyes closed. Her sneakers squeaked faintly against the hardwood. The duffel strap dug into her shoulder with a soft creak. She vanished into Mark's bedroom, the door swinging nearly shut behind her. It did not click all the way. It hung there just barely ajar, a thin wedge of golden light spilling onto the hallway carpet. I stayed where I was, halfway between the front door and the living room, feeling suddenly like a guest in a house that no longer belonged to anyone I knew. Daisy inched closer to me, pressing her side against my leg, fixated on that slice of light. After a moment, I reached for the TV remote and muted the movie. The room fell into an immediate, almost aggressive silence. Without the noise from the speakers, every other sound sharpened. From down the hall, I heard it, the soft chef of hangers sliding along the metal closet rod. A dresser drawer opening with a short, muffled thunk and the creak of wood on wood. Fabric rustling. Something heavier landing on the mattress with a dull, solid whoomp. The metallic rasp of a zipper inching closed. None of it loud, none of it violent. Ordinary sounds of someone gathering their things. But in the quiet house, they felt too intimate. Like I was eavesdropping on a conversation I should not be able to hear. I glanced at my phone again. No reply from Mark. The blue bubble with my question about his sister sat unanswered, time-stamped 15, then 20 minutes ago. Daisy's breathing was audible now. Short puffs through her nose. Her nails ticked nervously against the floor as she shifted her weight from one paw to another. Another drawer. Another hanger. Then footsteps. Measured, coming back down the hall. Jenna reappeared in the doorway, duffel now noticeably fuller. The fabric stretched tight around whatever she had packed inside. She had pulled the hood of her sweatshirt up this time, framing her face in gray. "Got it," she said breezily. "Sorry, I thought he told you. He never tells people anything, honestly." She rolled her eyes a little, like we were sharing some inside joke at Mark's expense. "What did you forget?" I heard myself ask, the question leaving my mouth before I could stop it. "Just clothes, charger, couple things," she said. "Stuff I shouldn't have left here in the first place." There was a flicker in her expression then, a tiny glitch between annoyance and something sharper, but it smoothed over so quickly I could have imagined it. "Thanks for letting me in," she added, stepping toward the front door. Her sneakers squeaked again as she passed Daisy, who backed up, nails skittering. "No problem," I said, "because that is what you say." She paused with her hand on the doorknob, looked back at me over her shoulder. "Happy New Year," she said. "You too," I replied. The door closed behind her with a soft, decisive click. I locked it out of habit, deadbolt turning easily under my fingers. Through the frosted glass, I watched her silhouette move down the front steps, cross the little patch of porch light, and disappear into the dark. Daisy stayed staring at the door long after the last echo of her footsteps faded. I picked up the remote, unmuted the TV, and told myself there was nothing weird about any of it. Mark had probably forgotten to mention she might come by. He forgot plenty of things. It would be a funny story to tease him with later. Still, every now and then, over the next hour, I found my eyes drifting back to that pantry wall, to the little brass hook with the yellow sticky note under it, and the empty space where the spare key had been hanging. 1.3, the missing key. It was almost funny how fast my brain filed what happened under weird but harmless once the door shut. I went back to the couch. Daisy eventually curled up against my leg again, though every time a firework cracked a little too close, her head snapped up, ears pricked, eyes on the front window like she expected someone to be standing there. The commentators on TV had moved on to talking about the crowds in Times Square. I let their voices wash over me without really hearing the words. I thought about texting Mark again to say his sister was weird, but it felt petty, like I would be bothering him on his big weekend away over something that, honestly, sounded perfectly normal if you said it out loud. His sister stopped by to grab some clothes. You let her in. She left. The end. My phone buzzed against my thigh hard enough to make me jump. I glanced down, expecting a text. Instead, it was his name lighting up the screen, the green call icon pulsing. I swiped to answer. The noise hit me first. It was like opening the door of a packed stadium. Music thumped, bass heavy and distorted through the tiny speaker. Voices shouted over it. Laughter burst in jagged clumps. Someone yelled, 3, 2, 1, like they were practicing the countdown an hour too early. For a second, I could not even tell if Mark was on the line. "Hello?" I said, pressing a finger hard into my other ear. "Hold on," his voice came, distant and half swallowed by the noise. "Hold on, I can't hear you." There was a scramble of sound, the muffled thunder of the bar fading as he pushed through a door or down a hallway. A second later, the roar dimmed to a dull, distant pulse. I could hear his breathing more clearly. "What's up?" he asked. "You good? Daisy good?" "Yeah," I said. "She's fine. Did your sister make it to Chicago okay?" Silence. Not total silence. I could still hear the bar, like a living thing pressing its weight against whatever thin barrier he had put between himself and it. But the silence of him not speaking, of his brain slamming on the brakes. "My what?" he said. "Your sister," I repeated. "Jenna? She just left a little while ago. Dark hair, nose ring, OSU hoodie. She said she forgot some clothes and a charger." For a heartbeat, the only sound on the line was the dull thump of bass and a muffled whoop from someone on the other side of the door. Then, "I don't have a sister." He did not say it like a joke. He said it like someone delivering bad news. I stood up without realizing I was doing it. The living room seemed to tilt slightly around me. On the couch, Daisy's head popped up, eyes tracking me. "Well," I said slowly, "she definitely thinks you do." "What exactly did she say?" he demanded. His voice had gone flat, stripped of everything but focus. "She rang the bell," I said, walking a few steps just to burn off the sudden burst of nervous energy. "Said, 'Is Mark home? I told her you were out of town.' She said, 'I'm Jenna, his sister. I left some stuff. He said it was okay if I came by and grabbed it. She knew where your room was. She called Daisy by name.' Did you see what she took?" he asked. "No," I said. "You told me you had stuff in your room. I wasn't about to stand in the doorway and inventory her bag. She was in there maybe 10, 15 minutes. Clothes, I think. I heard drawers, hangers, a zipper, That's it. The bar noises on his end were trying to claw their way back in, louder now, like someone had opened the door he had been leaning against. He muttered something away from the phone. "Yeah, just a sec." Then the muffled chaos faded again as he moved further away. "Okay," he said. "Okay, I need you to do something for me right now." I did not like the way he said that. "What?" "Go to my room," he said. "Top drawer of the dresser, left side. There's a lockbox under the shirts. Check if it's still there." "Mark, just do it," he snapped, then took a breath. "Please, I'm not trying to freak you out. I just need to know what she was after." His tone scraped some old reflex in me. I put him on speaker, set the phone carefully on the kitchen counter, and headed down the hallway. Daisy fell into step beside me, close enough that her shoulder brushed my leg. The master bedroom was exactly as she had left it. Bedspread mussed. The faint, sour edge of her perfume clinging to the air over the stronger smell of Mark's cologne and laundry detergent. The lamp on the nightstand still glowed softly, casting a puddle of light over the tangled sheets. I crossed to the dresser, yanked open the top left drawer. T-shirts folded in neat stacks. I dug under them until my fingers hit metal. There it was. A small black lockbox, cold to the touch. Dial still set at 000. "It's here," I called, raising my voice toward the phone. "Okay." His voice floated faintly down the hall. "Check the nightstand. Bottom drawer. There should be an envelope under the magazines." I dropped the shirts back over the lockbox, closed the drawer, and moved to the nightstand. The bottom drawer slid open with a slight squeak. A couple of old issues of Sports Illustrated, some receipts, a tangle of charging cables. Underneath them, a plain white envelope thick with something inside. I picked it up, pinched it between my fingers. It had weight. Cash, probably. I set it back exactly where it had been. "It's there," I said. "The closet," he said. "Top shelf, right side. Behind the shoeboxes, there's a little fireproof bag." I turned, opened the closet. The smell of dust and fabric hit me. Shoes lined the floor in a semi-organized heap. Running shoes, work shoes, a pair of boots. On the top shelf, cardboard boxes sagged under their own weight. I reached up, pushed them aside until my fingers brushed canvas, then slick fireproof material. "Got it," I called. "It's here." "Is it open?" he asked. "No, it's just sitting there." I could hear him exhale slowly through the phone. For a second, it sounded like he might actually be relieved. "Okay," he said. "Okay. So she wasn't after that." "After what?" I asked, closing the closet door. There was a long pause. "Doesn't matter," he said finally, and I could tell it did. "One more thing. Go back to the kitchen." I picked up the phone from the counter, the screen smeared with a ghost of my fingerprints, and tucked it between my shoulder and ear. Daisy followed me, her nails clicking on the hardwood, her breath warm against my calf. The kitchen light, cooler and harsher than the living room lamp, bleached the countertops, made the stainless steel fridge look almost blue. "Look by the pantry," Mark said. "You remember the little hook on the wall?" My stomach clenched before I even turned my head. The sticky note was still there, curling slightly at the corners, the black marker letters reading "front door" smiling up at me. The hook above it was empty. The bare metal glinted in the ceiling light, a tiny, stupid detail that suddenly felt like the center of the universe. "Mark," I said, my voice weirdly thin, "the key is gone." He did not speak. In the silence, the refrigerator hum seemed to rise, filling the kitchen with a low, vibrating presence. Somewhere in the house, a firework crackled outside and rolled away like distant thunder. "She must have taken it when she went in your room," I went on, staring at the empty hook as if looking hard enough would make the key reappear. "She didn't take your cash. She didn't take the lockbox. She took the spare key." "I know," he said quietly. "Who is she?" I asked. "Because she knew Daisy. She knew your room. She lied about being your sister. And now she has a key to your house." There was another stretch of silence on his end, but it was different this time. Not confusion, not shock. Something closer to anger, or maybe resignation. "I think I know who it was," he said finally. His voice had dropped, like he did not want the bar on the other side of the door to hear. "Listen to me. Lock everything. Front door, back door, windows. Put the chain on. If she comes back, do not open the door. For anyone. I mean it, man." "That would have been good information before I let her in," I snapped, the fear spilling over into something sharper. "What the hell are you mixed up in?" "I'll explain when I get back," he said. "Just don't be the one to find out what she wants. Lock the house, please." He hung up before I could argue. For a moment, I just stood there, phone still pressed to my ear, listening to the dead line. The kitchen felt colder, though the thermostat on the wall still glowed the same steady number. The hum of the fridge, the tick of the clock, the faint rattling of the HVAC vents, all of it sounded like it belonged to a different house than the one I had walked into earlier that day. I had opened the door for a stranger because she sounded normal, because she had known the right name to say, because I did not want to be rude. Now there was a woman out there somewhere who knew exactly what this house looked like, who had walked its hallway in the dark, who had stood in Mark's bedroom with the door almost closed behind her, and she had his key. Daisy pressed herself against my leg harder, her body warm and vibrating with a low, anxious whine. I slid my hand down over her head, more to steady myself than to comfort her. "Okay," I said, to her, to the empty room, to the fear crawling up the back of my neck. "Okay, we're locking up." I started at the front door, sliding the chain across with a metallic scrape, feeling the deadbolt settle heavily into place under my hand. Then the back sliding door, checking the latch twice, dropping the bar into the track so it could not be forced. Window by window, I moved around the house. The living room, the kitchen over the sink, the small bathroom off the hall. Each latch clicked into place with a sharp, decisive sound that punctured the quiet. The glass was cold under my fingertips. Outside, the fireworks were starting to thin, sporadic pops instead of steady volleys. By the time I reached the last window in the guest room, my own reflection stared back at me in the dark glass. Pale, tired, eyes too wide. Somewhere far away, a crowd on TV was probably chanting down the seconds to midnight. In Mark's quiet little house, the year felt like it had already turned into something else. 2.1, after midnight. By 11:30, the house felt like it was holding its breath. I had done the circuit twice. Front door, back door, windows. Chain across. Deadbolt turned. Latch clicked. On the second pass, it felt less like checking locks and more like trying to convince myself the walls were still solid. Daisy shadowed me the whole time, her nails tapping out a nervous metronome on the hardwood. The fireworks outside were getting bolder now, not just the distant pop and fizz of early birds, but sharp, chest-thumping cracks that rattled the glass in the window panes. Somewhere down the street, someone had decided that setting off mortar shells in a residential neighborhood at 11 at night was a great idea. Daisy hated it. Each explosion made her jump, her legs twitching under her, breath coming faster. She paced between the front window and the couch, then to the back door, then back again, like she wanted to be everywhere at once and nowhere at all. On TV, the network had gone full New Year's Eve mode. Split screens of Times Square and Nashville, hosts in sequin jackets shouting over the roar of crowds, confetti tests, sound checks, previews of musical acts I did not recognize. Just 30 minutes until midnight, one of them yelled, his voice bright and grating. I turned the volume down until their mouths moved silently, their excitement chopped up by the subtitles at the bottom of the screen. I was not in the mood to watch anyone else be thrilled about a fresh start. The living room lights were off, just the floor lamp in the corner casting a warm, circular pool of yellow over the coffee table and the edge of the couch. It left the rest of the room in soft shadow, edges blurred. The blue backlight from the TV painted a faint halo on the wall behind it, pulsing gently as commercials flashed by. Through the thin, cheap blinds over the front window, I could see flashes of light from outside. Red, green, white, bursting and fading behind the silhouettes of bare maple branches. Every now and then, a spark would hang in the air longer than it should, burned into my vision for a heartbeat before disappearing. The clock above the kitchen doorway ticked steadily. Each second felt sticky, slower than the last, like time was trying to drag its heels on the way toward midnight and failing. I checked my phone again. No missed calls, no additional texts from Mark. Just the last message from him, time-stamped 10:54 p.m., sitting alone in the thread. I'll explain everything tomorrow, man. Just stay put tonight. Please. I had read it at least a dozen times already, looking for some clue between the words, some hint of how worried I should really be. Stay put. Like I was liable to do anything else. I walked to the front door one more time anyway. It felt like a ritual now more than a precaution. The chain glinted where it stretched across the door, the metal cool under my fingertips. I pulled on the knob gently, just enough to feel the resistance of the deadbolt sunk into the jamb. Solid. In the kitchen, the refrigerator hummed on, compressor rattling faintly. The overhead light threw a pale, almost clinical glow over the countertops, turning the stainless steel sink into a dull mirror. For some reason, the sight of my own reflection there, a slightly distorted, tired face in the curve of the metal, made me uneasy. I flipped the kitchen switch off. The house dropped into a softer, more forgiving darkness, edges rounded by the single lamp in the living room and the low glow of the TV. "Come on," I said softly, patting my thigh. Daisy trotted back into the living room, casting one last glance down the hallway as she passed. She hesitated at the corner, sniffed at the air, then hopped back onto the couch, curling herself into a tight comma at my feet. Her body was warm through the fabric of my sweatpants, heartbeat rapid against my ankle. Outside, someone shouted, "10!" in a slurred voice. Another voice joined in, then a third, then a ragged chorus of unseen neighbors counting down to a New Year's they were already halfway drunk into. I looked at the cable box clock. 11:59. The second digits flipped with mechanical indifference. The moment I used to think of as something magical, the year turning over, an invisible line crossed, now just looked like numbers changing, nothing more. My eyes drifted to the window, to the way the thin blinds swayed slightly whenever the furnace kicked on. For a second, as a particularly bright flash bled through the slats, I had the unnerving impression of someone standing just outside, silhouetted by the light. A human shape cut into the glow. By the time I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it had never been there. The clock ticked over. 12ing. Somewhere out in the cul-de-sac, a cluster of voices erupted into a cheer. "Happy New Year!" echoed down the street, the words distorted by distance and alcohol. Fireworks answered them in a hurried, frantic volley, one after another, bangs running together into a stuttering roar. Daisy flinched so hard she hit my leg, then scrambled, claws skidding on the upholstery as she tried to decide whether to hide or bark or both. I put a hand on her back, feeling the muscles jump under her fur. "It's okay," I murmured, though I had no idea if I believed it. The TV hosts were hugging each other in silence, confetti raining down on their shoulders. The caption at the bottom of the screen read, "Happy New Year, America." In the little boxes in the corner, people kissed, champagne sprayed, strangers screamed into the cold air. In Mark's living room, it was just me, Daisy, and the bone-deep quiet between explosions. I leaned forward, grabbed the remote, and did not just turn the volume down. I turned the TV off completely. The screen went black. The faint hum it had been adding to the room vanished. For a moment, all I heard was the avalanche of sound from outside. Fireworks, people yelling, a car horn leaning on its own celebration. Then even that went distant, like someone had closed a door on it. What remained was the house, the steady whir of the furnace, the low, constant hum of the refrigerator, the tick, tick, tick of the kitchen clock. Daisy's breathing, still a little too fast. My own heartbeat, loud enough that I could hear it in my ears. I lay back on the couch, pulling a folded throw blanket over my legs. Daisy shifted to keep contact, her head finding my shin. The lamp in the corner cast a soft yellow halo across the ceiling, shadows stretching long and soft. I told myself I would just rest my eyes for a minute. Just let my body slacken, my brain slowly unwind. Tomorrow, Mark would come back. He would explain who that woman was, and we could both laugh about how paranoid he had gotten over an ex who stole a key and liked to make dramatic entrances. I told myself that the worst part of the night was over. The neighborhood's brief burst of celebration burned itself out in stages. The shouting faded first, people either going back inside or running out of breath. Fireworks thinned, from a barrage to the occasional solo crackle. Eventually, even those stopped, leaving only the faint hiss of their smoke somewhere up in the dark. Inside, the rhythms of the house smoothed back into a lullaby. Furnace on, furnace off, fridge on, fridge off. Clock counting seconds no one cared about. My phone lay face down on the coffee table, Mark's unfinished promise still buried in the screen. My last clear memory before everything blurred at the edges was of listening to the tick of that clock morph into something else in my half-dreaming brain. A hallway footstep, maybe, or the tap of fingernails on wood, and telling myself, firmly, that it was just the house shifting, just the year turning, just the noise of a place that had already proven, once today, that it was safer than it felt. Sometime after midnight, with Daisy finally breathing slow and even against my leg, and the lamp throwing its tired circle of light into the room, I let go and drifted down into sleep. The house kept breathing around us, and for a little while, nothing knocked. Two. The soft tapping. I did not wake up the way they do in movies, with a gasp and wide eyes and instant awareness. I came up out of sleep in fragments. First was sound. A small, repetitive sound that kept nagging at whatever part of my brain refuses to fully shut off in an unfamiliar place. It folded itself into my dreams at first, became something else there. Someone typing slowly, a metronome, the drip of a faucet. Then another sound pushed through. A faint scratch, scratch, scratch that did not belong to any appliance. My leg twitched. The blanket slipped from one knee. That was enough to drag me a little closer to the surface. Scratch, scratch, scratch. A noise I had already learned to recognize that day, but changed now. Not the happy, frantic scrabble of Daisy's nails when she ran to the door or paced for food. This was controlled, short, testing, like she was dragging her claws just enough to feel the floor under them. I opened my eyes. The living room looked fuzzier than it had before I fell asleep, edges softened by the half-dream hanging over everything. The lamp in the corner still burned, its yellow light dimmer now, like it had grown tired too. The TV was a dark rectangle reflecting the room. Couch, coffee table, a smudge that must have been my own head. Back at me. Daisy was no longer at my feet. The throw blanket had slid halfway down my legs. The spot where her body had been pressed against me was cold. Scratch. Scratch. A low sound threaded through the scratches, so quiet at first I thought it was the furnace. A vibration more than a noise, traveling through the floor and into my bones. It took me a second to realize it was a growl. I lifted my head, blinked hard, wiped whatever was left of sleep from my eyes with the back of my hand. The digital clock on the cable box glowed in the darkened room. 12:47 a.m. I listened for the usual household chorus. The steady exhale of the HVAC through the vents, the fridge humming along, the little background noises that make a house sound alive. Nothing. Sometime while I was asleep, the furnace had cycled off and stayed off. The refrigerator had reached whatever internal temperature it wanted and gone still. Even the ticking of the kitchen clock seemed to have receded. The silence pressed in from all sides, thick and unnatural, like the house had inhaled and forgotten how to exhale. The growling continued, a low, steady note. I pushed myself up on my elbows, eyes tracking the sound. Daisy stood at the entrance to the hallway, right where the carpet ended and the hardwood began. Her body was rigid, tail lowered almost between her legs. The hair along her spine bristled. Her head was angled down the hallway, toward the front door I could not see from the couch. Her claws dragged lightly on the floor. That was the scratch I had heard, not from nervous pacing this time, but from one paw pushing forward an inch at a time, then back, as if she could not decide whether to move closer or stay anchored where she was. "Hey," I whispered, voice rough. "What is it?" I might as well have not spoken. She did not look back at me. Her entire attention was fixed on something I could not yet hear, could not yet see. And then I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. It was so soft at first I thought it might be coming from inside the walls. But it had a rhythm, a human rhythm. 3 beats, evenly spaced, a pause, then 3 more. Not knuckles, not a fist, a sharper sound, higher, like nails or something hard against wood. It was coming from the front door. A cold prickle crawled up my spine. I swung my legs off the couch, feet finding the floor. The living room seemed to tilt, the lamp in the corner too bright all of a sudden, throwing long shadows that reached greedily across the rug. I moved toward the hallway, each step loud in my own ears, careful not to kick the coffee table or the pizza box. The air felt different there, thinner and colder, like the front of the house was bleeding off its heat through some barely perceptible crack. Tap, tap, tap. Closer now, more distinct. Right at the height of the doorknob, as if someone were tapping just above it with their fingernails. Daisy did not move as I came up behind her. I put a hand on her back. Her muscles were trembling under my palm. The growl in her chest vibrated into my fingers. From the angle of the hallway, I could finally see the door. The chain stretched across the top, taut and silver. The deadbolt sat where I had left it, the thumb turned horizontal. The frosted glass panel near the top of the door was a pale, ghostly rectangle in the dark, catching a faint reflection of the lamp's light. For a second, there was nothing there, just the hint of the porch railing outside and a smear of night. Then, as I watched, a darker shape moved behind the glass. Not sharp enough to make out a face, just the outline of a head and shoulders, a human figure standing close to the door, so close that the light from the porch fixture framed them rather than illuminating them. My throat felt too tight. The tapping stopped. Silence rushed in again, the kind that makes your own pulse sound embarrassingly loud. The doorknob turned. There is a particular sound that metal makes when it is moved by a hand on the wrong side of it. Inside, your fingers wrap around it. You feel the resistance, the softness of the mechanism. Outside, all you get is the scrape and click. The knob twisted slowly at first, the metal squeaking in the latch. It pressed inward a fraction until the deadbolt prevented it from going any further. The door shivered in its frame, a small, almost polite shove. Daisy exploded. Her growl broke into sharp, frantic barks that ricocheted off the walls of the narrow hall, multiplied by the closeness of the space. She lunged forward, body low, teeth bared, front paws skidding on the hardwood as she rocketed toward the door. "Daisy!" I hissed, hand grabbing at her collar just in time to keep her from slamming into the wood. The barks only got louder. Over them, a voice slid in through the door, muted and distorted by the thickness of it, but unmistakably human. "Mark," a woman called, tone light, almost teasing. "Open the door. It's freezing." The sound of her voice punched the air out of my lungs. It was the same voice I had heard earlier that night, the same casual cadence. Only this time, there was no porch light glare, no social politeness to hide behind, just anonymous wood between us. She thought he was still here. She thought I was him. For a second, I considered staying silent, holding my breath until she got bored and left, but Daisy's barking had already given us away. There was no pretending the house was empty. My heart hammered against my ribs, trying to convince me that speaking would somehow make it worse. My mouth moved anyway. "He's not here," I said. My voice came out hoarse, thinner than I wanted. I forced more air into it. "And I've called the police." A beat of quiet followed, then a small, disbelieving laugh. "You called the police?" she said, the word police drawn out just enough to make it sound like a joke. "For me?" Her tone shifted. The brightness drained out, leaving something flatter, darker. "You used to let me in without all this drama," she added, and there it was, the hint of something old between them, a story I only knew the end of. Daisy's barking slowed into harsh, punctuated bursts, each one pushed out like it hurt. Her whole body shook, not with excitement, but with something closer to panic. I could feel it through her collar, through my hand. On the door, the knob stopped turning. For a second, I thought maybe that had been enough. The bluff about the cops, the firm voice, the presence of a very loud dog. Then I heard a new sound, a soft metallic clink just above the knob, the faint scrape of ridged metal sliding into place, teeth aligning in a cylinder. The deadbolt began to turn, not from my side, from the outside. I watched the thumb turn rotate slowly, like an invisible hand was twisting it through the door. The bolt slid back into the lock housing with a muffled chunk. The house seemed to lean toward that sound. Every nerve I had did too. The door moved inward, just an inch at first, then another, until the chain went taut with a bright, metallic jerk. The little bracket screwed into the wall dug against the wood, protesting in a long, high cri-suique that set my teeth on edge. The chain snapped tight like a leash pulled to its limit. If that chain had not been there, the door would have swung open. Daisy lunged again, hitting the bottom half of the door with enough force to make it shudder. Her barks turned raw, echoing in the confined space, bouncing off the drywall, filling my ears and chest. The woman outside did not flinch. I could hear her breathing now between barks, short and fast, fogging the winter air on the unseen side of the door. "Come on, Mark," she said, voice softer, right up against the wood. I could hear the grain catch her consonants. "Don't be like this, it's New Year's. Let me in." The deadbolt had been theirs. The chain was mine. In that moment, it was the only thing between us. 3. 2 sets of footsteps. Some survival instinct finally kicked in and shoved my fear out of the way just enough to move my mouth. "There's a camera on you," I said, forcing my voice up and out, trying to sound bored instead of terrified. "They already have your face. If you're here when they pull up, you're done." The words hung in the air, too loud in the narrow hallway. Daisy's barking shredded them as soon as they left my mouth, but I knew she could hear me. She was inches away, separated from us by nothing but wood and metal. For the first time since she had spoken, the woman outside went completely still. The breathing on the other side of the door changed, not just the pace, but the direction. It was no longer right up against the wood. It shifted back half a step, like she had straightened, recalibrated. The silence that followed was worse than the tapping. No rattling of the knob, no leaning against the chain. Just air pressed thin between us, and the realization that if she was thinking, I could not see which way her thoughts were going. Then I heard something I had not registered fully until that moment. She was not the only one out there. Under Daisy's ragged barking, under my own pulse pounding in my ears, there was a second set of lungs pulling in cold air, a deeper breath, slower, exhaled through a nose instead of a mouth. It had been there the whole time, layered behind hers, and I had missed it. Now, in the quiet, it was obvious. 2 people standing on the other side of the door, one talking, one listening. "Who's with you?" I demanded, my voice cracking just enough on the last word to betray me. She did not answer me. Instead, there was the soft, wet sound of lips close to the wood, turning away from the crack between the frame and the jamb. A whisper, lower than before. Not to me. To whoever stood just out of sight. I could not make out the words, just tones. Her voice higher, edged with irritation that sounded like it had been sharpened over time. Another voice in reply, lower, almost a rumble. Male, maybe, or just heavier, chestier. The kind of voice you feel more than hear. The fact that I could not understand them made it worse. It let my brain fill in the blanks with every insane possibility it wanted. "I told you," she said, suddenly louder again, back aimed at the door. The lightness was gone now, scraped raw. "He's being dramatic." Daisy's barking had dropped into exhausted bursts, her throat probably burning. I tightened my grip on her collar, knuckles aching. "If you're still here when they arrive," I said, pushing each word out carefully, "they're going to have more than a trespassing report. You broke in, you used a stolen key, that's all on camera." There was no camera on them. Not one I could access anyway. but I said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world, like there was a blinking red light pointed right at her face. A few seconds stretched out, long and fragile. Then finally, movement. The pressure on the door eased completely this time. The knob knocked faintly against the frame as it sprang back into its neutral position. The chain stopped trembling. The breathing shifted away, pulling the cold with it. On the other side of the door, the boards of the small wooden porch let out a long, complaining creak as weight shifted back onto them. Then another, slightly different creak, lower in tone. 2 sets of feet stepping off the threshold. One light. The same crisp little impacts I had heard earlier when she first walked up. The other heavier, making the boards dip and groan. They descended the concrete step together, their shoes scraping grit. The sound separated as they crossed the porch. One set of footfalls quicker, almost skating across. The other slower, each step landing with more conviction. Then they hit the driveway. The hollow, drumming quality of shoe on wood became a flatter, duller rhythm on poured concrete. Those two slowly faded. Daisy strained forward the whole time, barking after them until the last hint of their steps dissolved into the general, shapeless darkness outside. Only when I was sure they were no longer right in front of the house did I let go of her collar. Her body sagged a little, like she had been leaning into a strong wind that suddenly stopped. Her breath came in harsh, panting pulls. Saliva glistened on her lips and teeth. My own hands were shaking. I backed away from the door, bone-deep fear sloshing around in my chest, looking for somewhere to go. My fingers fumbled clumsily for my phone. It took 2 attempts to swipe the screen open. I hit 911 and pressed the phone to my ear, my thumb slick against the glass. 911, what is your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was calm, practiced, the same rehearsed cadence you hear in training videos and never think will apply to you. There's someone trying to break into my friend's house, I said. The words tumbled over each other, too fast. I forced myself to slow down. They have his key. I'm here dog-sitting. They almost got the door open. Okay, sir. I need you to take a breath, she said. Are they still there now? I think they just left, I said, glancing at the door as if my eyes could see through its solidity. I heard them walk away. There were 2 of them, a woman and somebody else. She used a key. She turned the deadbolt from the outside. The chain stopped the door. Are you inside the residence? She asked. Yes, I said. All the doors are locked. The chain is on. Are you alone? She asked. My eyes flicked to Daisy, still planted in front of the door, her chest heaving, a low whine now replacing the relentless barking. Just me and the dog, I said. She confirmed the address, asked me to spell the street name, the city, the nearest cross street. My mind felt weirdly blank on everything but the image of that thumb turn moving on its own, but my mouth found the information somehow. Officers are on their way, she told me. Stay on the line with me, okay? Are you in a safe place in the house? I looked down the hallway toward the living room, toward the sliding glass door at the back that suddenly seemed like an enormous, fragile eye. I think so, I said. Everything's locked. I checked. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it in the side of my skull, a dull, percussive thud that threatened to drown her out. I pressed my free hand against the wall, feeling the cool paint under my palm. She kept me talking. How old I was, whether I could describe the woman, whether I recognized her. I answered as best I could, chopped up sentences about gray hoodies and nose rings and duffel bags. As we talked, the house remained in that strange, mechanical silence, the furnace at rest, the refrigerator between cycles, no cars passing on the street, no drunken neighbors calling out holiday wishes, just my voice and hers and the soft click of Daisy's nails as she shifted position a few inches at a time, still anchored to her spot in front of the door. Then, faintly, from far away, I heard it. A siren. At first it was just a ghost of a sound, a high note woven into the winter air. Then it swelled, grew thicker, more insistent. Red and blue light began to flicker in the frost on the front window, first weak, then brighter, washing the walls in bruised colors. "They're arriving now," the dispatcher said, as if I could not tell. "Do not open the door until they identify themselves." Headlights swept across the blinds. The siren cut abruptly as the car turned into the cul-de-sac. A few seconds later, a heavy knock landed on the door, firm, authoritative, the opposite of the polite tapping from earlier. "Sheriff's office," a man's voice called. "Open up?" My hand hovered over the chain for a second longer than it needed to. Then I unhooked it, feeling the bracket shift slightly in the wall, and turned the deadbolt. The door swung inward. Two deputies stood on the porch, breath fogging in the cold. Their reflective vests caught the porch light and threw it back in harsh flashes. One had a flashlight in hand, its beam angled down, washing the welcome mat and the concrete step in pale white. Behind them, the squad car idled in the street, red and blue lights strobing silently. The cul-de-sac looked like a crime scene in a movie, only smaller and more ordinary. I stepped back to let them in. Their boots thudded on the hardwood, a different, more deliberate sound than the ones I had heard through the door minutes before. Their radios crackled softly on their shoulders, distant voices breaking in and out, codes I did not understand. They asked me to recount what had happened, and I did, tripping over some details and obsessing over others. I pointed out the thumb turn of the deadbolt, the chain, the empty hook by the pantry. I told them about the earlier visit, about Jenna, about how she had known the layout of the house and the dog's name. While one deputy questioned me, the other walked the perimeter of the house. I watched his flashlight sweep across the backyard through the sliding glass door, the beam catching on the fence posts, the frost on the deck. When he came back in, he spoke in a low voice to his partner, but I was close enough to hear. "Gates open a crack," he said. "Looks like it was latched before the frost hit. There's footprints in the yard. 2 sets. One smaller, one bigger." My skin crawled at the confirmation. I had not imagined the second presence. They did a quick walkthrough of the house anyway, checking closets and corners, the tiny laundry room, the garage. Their footsteps mapped the space in heavy, certain lines. Each time one of them opened a door, the hinges creaked a little, like the house was protesting being disturbed again. They did not find anyone, of course. Whoever had been out there was long gone. In the end, it all came down to forms and phrases I had heard 1,000 times on TV. They took my statement. They wrote notes in small, tight handwriting on notepads that had seen hundreds of other nights like this. They told me they would increase patrols in the area for the rest of the night. They suggested, gently but firmly, that Mark should change his locks as soon as possible. "If she has a key, that's a problem," one of them said. "Especially if she's willing to use it like that." "Do you know if the homeowner wants to file a restraining order?" "I don't know," I said. "He's out of town. He said he'd explain more when he got back." "Tell him to call us," the deputy replied, handing me a card. "In the meantime, keep everything locked up. Call if she comes back. Don't open the door unless you know who it is." Generic advice, the kind that is both correct and completely inadequate. When they left, the house swallowed the sound of their boots, their voices, the closing door. The squad car's lights swept one last time across the frosted glass, painting the hallway blue and red. Then they were gone too, the engine noise fading down the street, the night closing in behind them. The chain bracket on the wall by the door sat a fraction lower than it had before, the pull from the earlier struggle having tugged it deeper into the wood. A faint crescent-shaped crack had spread out from one of the screws, splintering the paint. I ran my fingertip along it, feeling the rough edge. That tiny piece of metal had held. Barely. Daisy followed me back to the guest room, body finally flagging after the adrenaline. I dragged one of the dining chairs into the hall and wedged it under the inside handle of the bedroom door anyway, the way I had seen people do in movies. The door frame creaked a little as the chair settled into place. I lay down on the futon fully dressed, the room lit only by the thin band of light creeping in under the door from the hallway. Daisy curled up right in front of the threshold, her body a small breathing barricade. My phone rested on the pillow beside my head, the deputy's card on the nightstand, Mark's last text still unread since before midnight. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the house slowly start to breathe again. The fridge humming back to life, the furnace kicking on with a distant boom, the clock in the kitchen reasserting its tick in the background. Every small, harmless sound rearranged itself in my mind into something else. I fell asleep listening for that soft, deliberate tapping to start again. 3, 1. The morning after Ohio does not do gentle mornings in winter. When I finally peeled myself off the futon, my back sore from the thin mattress and my neck kinked from the way I had slept, with one ear pointed toward the hallway. The light squeezing around the edges of the blinds in the guest room was colorless. Not really white, not really gray. Just the kind of flat, heavy brightness that meant clouds hanging low over everything, pressing down. The house was quiet again. Not the suffocating, mechanical silence from the middle of the night, but the normal kind. The soft hiss of the furnace, the distant tick of the kitchen clock, the occasional crack from the settling walls. Daisy was still in front of the door where she had fallen asleep, chin on her paws, ears pricked even in rest. For a moment, waking up, there was that gap where I did not remember where I was or why my chest already felt tight. Then the images slotted back into place. The soft tapping, the deadbolt turning without my hand on it, the chain screaming against the wall. I eased the chair away from the door and stepped out into the hallway, half expecting to see splintered wood, a broken bracket, something dramatically wrong. Everything looked normal. The bracket sat crooked, a hair lower than it should. The tiny crack of stressed paint around the top screw the only visible proof that someone had tried to force their way in. The air in the hallway had that faint, stale taste of a house that had been sealed tight for too long. I walked to the front door and lifted the edge of the blind with 2 fingers. Outside, the cul-de-sac sat under a light dusting of fresh snow, the kind that did not quite cover the grass completely, but frosted the edges of everything. The yards glowed faintly with it, interrupted by tire tracks and footprints frozen into the thin crust, the legacy of a night's worth of comings and goings. Closer, at the curb, were 2 deeper impressions where the police cruiser's tires had sat. The marks stretched away in a gentle arc, fading as they reached the main road. A thin skim of frost still clung to the glass of Mark's mailbox. I could not see any trace of where she and whoever had been with her had stood. Just the bland, blank face of the neighborhood, looking back at me as if nothing unusual had happened. The sound of an engine approached, low and familiar. I watched as a silver Civic turned into the cul-de-sac and rolled slowly toward the driveway, exhaust puffing white from the tailpipe. Mark was hunched over the steering wheel, his beanie pushed back on his head, dark stubble shading his jaw. He had not been due back until that evening. He parked crooked, too close to the mailbox, and killed the engine. For a second, he just sat there, hands still on the wheel, shoulders slumped. Then he opened the door and stepped out, the cold hitting him hard enough that he sucked in a breath. He looked bad. Not injured, just used up. Dark circles under his eyes, the skin around them creased like he had not really slept since he left. His hair stuck up in odd angles under the beanie. His mouth was set in a straight line that did not look like his usual grin. I opened the front door before he could knock. Daisy shot past me like an arrow, all hesitation gone the second she recognized his shape. She leapt off the porch and launched herself at his legs, whining and wagging like the night had never happened. "Hey, girl," he muttered, bending to grab her collar with one hand, the other rubbing behind her ears automatically. He kept his eyes on her for a beat longer than necessary, as if building the courage to look past her at the house. When he did, his gaze jumped to me and then over my shoulder, scanning the hallway, the living room beyond. "You okay?" he asked. It was the question I should have asked him. Instead, I stepped aside and said, "You should come in." He followed me inside, stamping snow off his shoes on the mat. The door clicked shut behind him with the same too familiar sound. He looked smaller in his own hallway than he had the last time I'd seen him there, like the space had shifted in his absence. We ended up in the kitchen because there was nowhere else to go. The normal ritual of hospitality took over in a clumsy way. I filled the kettle and set it on the burner. He reached for the coffee tin without looking, hands moving on autopilot, filter, grounds, mug on the counter. It was like his body remembered how to be home even if his brain was spinning somewhere else. The kettle started to whisper, a soft rush building under the silence. "Tell me everything," he said. So I did. I started with the first ring of the doorbell, the way she had stood there under the porch light and called herself his sister. I walked him through her knowing Daisy's name, the way she had gone straight to his room, the drawers, the zipper, the duffel. His jaw clenched when I mentioned the pantry hook. "She took the spare key," I said. "You know that part. But you did not tell me who she was when I called. You just told me to lock everything and wait." The kettle's whisper sharpened into a high, anxious whine. Then after midnight, I went on, hands wrapped around the back of a chair because I needed to be holding on to something. I fell asleep for maybe an hour. I woke up to Daisy growling at the hallway. The whole house was wrong, too quiet. No furnace, no fridge, just this tapping on the door, right at the handle, like fingernails. I described how she had said his name, how she had asked him to open the door, like I was a child misbehaving behind it, how the deadbolt had turned by itself, how the chain had taken the hit. When I got to the part where I realized there were two of them, his face went even paler. "A second voice?" he asked. "Are you sure?" "I heard two people breathing," I said. "Two sets of footsteps on the porch. The deputy who checked the yard saw two sets of prints in the frost. One small, one not. So yeah, I'm sure." The kettle shrieked then, a sudden piercing scream that made both of us flinch. I turned the burner off and moved it off the heat, the scream dying down to a hiss. Mark took a spoon from the drawer and stirred his coffee even before I had poured the water. metal ticking against ceramic in a rapid, jittery rhythm. "Cops came," I said, pouring hot water, watching it steam as it hit the grounds. "They did a sweep, took my statement, told me to tell you to change your locks and to call them if you want to press charges or file anything." I slid his mug toward him. He wrapped both hands around it, like he was trying to soak up its heat, the spoon still clinking faintly as he tapped it against the rim. "I showed them the chain," I added, glancing at the doorway. "One good pull, and that bracket is going to come right out of the wall." He followed my gaze, eyes settling on the hairline crack spreading from the top screw. He swallowed. "Did they say anything else?" he asked quietly. "They said you were lucky," I said. "That's about all." For a moment, the only sounds were the ticking of the kitchen clock, the faint hiss of the cooling kettle, and the tiny tap-tap of his spoon against ceramic. Daisy lay under the table between us, her head on her paws, eyes flicking from one of us to the other. Every now and then, her ears twitched toward the front door, as if making sure it stayed closed. I looked at him over the rim of my own mug, anger and fear and something like guilt all tangled up so tightly I could not tease them apart. "You knew," I said finally. "You knew there was someone like that out there, with a key. You didn't tell me before you asked me to stay here alone." His shoulders hunched. For a second, he looked older than both of us had any right to at our ages. "I thought she was gone," he said. I don't know what I thought. That changing the locks meant something. That if I didn't talk about it, it would just stay wherever I left it." "That's not how keys work, Mark," I said. The bitterness in my own voice surprised me. "Somebody else had one. Somebody you knew. Somebody who walked into this house like she had the right to be here. And I opened the door for her. That was the part that would not let go. That none of this would have happened last night if I had just said no when she smiled and lied to my face. I'm the idiot who let her in," I went on. "I'm the one who gave her time alone in your room. That's on me. But you could have at least told me you had an ex or whatever who might show up with a spare key and a grudge. You could have given me a name before she gave me one." He flinched like I had hit him, then set the spoon down with a small, decisive clink. The sound seemed to snap something, or maybe just mark the spot where he stopped trying to hold it all in. "You're right," he said, "and I'm sorry." He stared into his coffee for a long second, watching the steam curl. "She's not my sister," he said, "and Jenna isn't her name." He did not give me the real one yet. That came later. In that moment, what he gave me instead was the shape of his own fear. "I should have told you," he said, voice low. I didn't want to say it out loud again. Talking about her feels like calling her." Under the table, Daisy shifted, her collar tags jingling softly. Her head came up, ears angling toward the front door as if on cue, even though nothing had changed there. I wrapped my hands tighter around my mug, the ceramic hot against my palms, and waited for him to finally start telling me the story I had accidentally walked into the middle of. 3.2. The ex-lodger. He turned the mug in his hands a couple of times before he actually started talking, as if he needed the heat to thaw something out of him. "When I first bought this place," he said, "I couldn't really afford it. I had known that much in a vague way. He had joked about being house poor when he closed. Big mortgage, starter salary, student loans like a shadow behind everything. I could barely cover the payments," he went on. "So I did what everybody does now when they panic about money. I went online." He gave a humorless smile. "Facebook Marketplace," he said. "Room for rent, quiet suburb, private bath, dog-friendly. I put up some pictures, tried to make the house look bigger than it is. Within a day, I had 10 messages, mostly from dudes who wanted to split the place like a frat house. He took a sip of coffee, swallowed hard. And then there was her. He did not say her name yet. He just stared past me, eyes focused on some point over my shoulder, like he was watching a movie projected on the wall. She was normal, he said. Or she seemed that way. Her profile picture was just her at some park, sunglasses, hair in a ponytail. She worked nights at a hospital, she said. Didn't smoke, didn't party, needed somewhere quiet. She said she loved dogs. I thought, okay, cool. That's exactly what I need. Someone who isn't going to destroy the place, isn't going to throw parties while I'm asleep. He exhaled sharply through his nose. She came to see the room one afternoon, he said. Brought 2 duffel bags in with her, like she expected to move in the second she walked through the door. Daisy ran right up to her and licked her hand. That was my first green light. I remember thinking, if the dog likes her, she can't be that bad. He picked at the cardboard edge of the coffee sleeve, nails scraping lightly. She was cute, he admitted. Not gonna lie, I'm not proud of it, but I know that factored into it. You stand there in your own kitchen, broke, lonely, looking at this girl with big eyes and a nervous smile, saying she's been couch hopping and would really appreciate stability. It's easy to talk yourself into things. He shrugged one shoulder. She moved in that weekend, he said. A couple of suitcases, a box of kitchen stuff, a bag with like 6 pairs of shoes. That was it. I thought, cool, this is going to be fine. He said fine like it was a joke. At first, he went on, it was. We kept out of each other's way. She worked nights, I worked days. We were like ships passing. I'd see her for 5 minutes in the kitchen. We'd talk about nothing. She was friendly, quiet, paid rent on time, helped with dishes. Daisy loved her. They'd sit on the couch together when I was at work. I have photos, somewhere, of the 2 of them half asleep in front of the TV. He paused, eyes lowering to the table, like the weight of the memory hurt his neck. The first weird thing, he said, was Daisy. He glanced down automatically. The dog lay under the table now, but his gaze seemed to be seeing a smaller version of her, back when she was still new to the house. It was like 2 a.m, he said. I'd gone to bed around 11, but I couldn't sleep. Just one of those nights where your brain keeps rewinding every stupid thing you've ever said. I was lying there staring at the ceiling, listening to the fridge humming, the furnace running, all that. And then Daisy started barking. His fingers curled unconsciously, like they were trying to hold a leash that was not there. She sleeps in my room, he said. Always has. Usually at the foot of the bed, or on that ugly dog bed in the corner. But this was different. She wasn't barking in the room. Her voice was coming from the hallway. He moved his hand, drawing it in the air, mapping the house from memory. She was out there, facing the living room, he said. Short, sharp barks in sets of 3. Not panicked, more like warning. I got up, opened the bedroom door, looked down the hall. He met my eyes briefly. There was nothing, he said. Just the living room in the dark, TV off, no light from streetlights or neighbors, because I hadn't installed those stupid blinds yet. It was just black. Daisy was standing right at the edge of that, in the strip of hallway light, staring into it and barking. He made a small, wry noise. I told myself she was reacting to a car door outside, he said, or a raccoon, or whatever. I called her back. She came, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the living room for a long time before she finally settled. He rubbed his thumb over the handle of his mug, the ceramic squeaking faintly. Now that was the first time, he said. I should have listened to the dog. He shifted in his seat, the chair creaking. The control stuff started small, he said. Comments, questions. She'd ask who I was texting. If it was someone from work, she wanted to know if she was the pretty one from the break room, or just the tall one with the glasses. She'd ask what time I was coming home, then what route I was taking, then whether I was sure that was the fastest way. He smiled without humor. At first it felt like interest, he said. You know? Like somebody cares where I am. After a while it felt like surveillance. He tapped his temple lightly with one finger. She'd say things like, "You were late tonight." I'd be like, "By what, 10 minutes?" And she'd say, "No, 18. You usually pull into the driveway at 5:42. Today it was 6. Oh." And I'd laugh, because who keeps track like that, right? But she wasn't laughing. He took another drink of coffee. The spoon clinked against the side of the mug, louder now in the quiet kitchen. She'd text me if I didn't respond fast enough, he went on. Ask who I was with. One time I was in the break room at work, and one of the new nurses walked in and said hi. We talked for maybe 3 minutes about absolutely nothing. The weather, the vending machine stealing her dollar, that kind of thing. 45 seconds later, my phone buzzed. It was her. "Who's the brunette in the blue scrubs?" A little chill walked down my spine at that. "How did she know?" I asked. "She had my location," he said flatly. "I found out later. She'd grabbed my phone one night while I was asleep and turned on the sharing in some app. She knew when I walked into that wing of the hospital, what time I usually got coffee, which exit I took. She even knew if I stopped at Speedway or Sheetz on the way home, because the dots would pause there." He shook his head slowly, like he still could not quite believe it. "I started to feel like a bug in a jar," he said. Like my life was this little path she could trace with her finger. He set the mug down and pushed it away slightly, as if putting a little distance between himself and his own story. "The worst night," he said, "was the chair." He did not wait for me to ask. He just dropped into it, like he had been circling that memory the whole time, waiting for the nerve. "It was about 3 a.m, he said. "I remember because the digital clock on my nightstand had just flipped from 2:59 to 3 when I woke up. No reason, no noise that I could remember. Just that jolt you get sometimes, like your brain tugged the cord and yanked you back to the surface." He rubbed his eyes with his thumb and forefinger, pressing hard. "At first I thought it was quiet," he said. "Then I actually listened." He mimed the sound, a soft shf, 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 like something heavy being moved very slowly over the floor, he said. "Not picked up and set down, dragged. The living room is right next to my bedroom, you know that. The wall between them isn't thick. I could hear it clearly, a chair leg on hardwood, being inched across. Stop. Then again. Stop." He looked at me, and for a moment I saw the version of him that had been on the other side of that wall. Younger, more tired, staring into the dark. "Daisy was on the bed next to me," he said. "She was not barking. That's what stuck with me. She was rigid, like someone had replaced her with a stuffed animal. Her eyes were open, big and wet, and they were fixed on the bedroom door." He swallowed. "I whispered her name," he said. "She didn't even blink, just stayed laser-focused on the door and that noise." He let the imaginary sound play in the air between us again. Shf. Pause. Shf. "I got up," he said quietly. Stood there for a second with my hand on the doorknob, listening. The sound stopped. "Nothing," just the fridge humming and the highway way off in the distance. He drew a thin breath. "I opened the door a crack," he said, "just enough to see the edge of the living room." He stared past me again, his face flattening out. "She was sitting on the couch," he said, "in the dark, no TV on, no lamp, just sitting there in the middle of the room like she'd been waiting for the lights to go out so she could exist properly." My skin crawled. "The chair was the one by the wall," he went on. "She must have dragged it earlier. It was turned toward the couch, like someone had been sitting there watching her, or she'd been watching something that wasn't there anymore. Daisy's other dog bed was on the floor next to the couch. She was lying on it. Same as in my room, stiff, eyes wide, not making a sound." He mimed the way he had flicked the switch with his fingers. "I hit the light," he said. "Everything snapped into place. Living room, couch, coffee table." She blinked, slowly, like it hurt. He forced a crooked smile, mocking his past self. "I said something like, 'Hey, you okay?'" he recalled. "Because what else do you say when you find your roommate sitting in the dark at 3 a.m., staring at nothing with your dog frozen beside her?" He let the question hang. "She smiled," he said, and the word came out edged. "Not surprised, not embarrassed, just like I'd walked into a restaurant where she was already sitting, and she'd been expecting me eventually." He pitched his voice higher, a little breathy, mimicking her words. "Couldn't sleep," he said, "just hanging." He shook his head once, sharply. "That was the night I decided she had to go," he said. "It took me a while to actually do it. I told myself it was stress, or that she was going through something. I tried to set boundaries, locks on doors, passwords changed. She'd find ways around it. She always knew more than she should." His eyes slid toward the pantry wall, toward the empty hook and the smiling note. "She was weird about keys," he said, "about access. She insisted on having a copy for everything in case she got locked out. At first it made sense. She worked nights, I wasn't always home. But then she'd make jokes about being able to get into the house if I ever stopped answering my phone. At least, I thought they were jokes." He blew out a breath. "The fight that ended it," he said, "was stupid. It was about nothing and everything at once. She went through my phone while I was in the shower. Saw a text from you, actually. You asking if I wanted to grab a drink after work. She turned it into a whole thing about how I didn't need new friends when I had her here. How she'd done more for me than any of you had. She kept talking about we like there actually was one." He shrugged, but the motion was tight, brittle. "I told her to leave," he said simply. "I told her the arrangement was over, that I'd give her a couple weeks to find somewhere else. But she needed to start packing. She cried. She yelled. She accused me of using her, of abandoning her. Then she went quiet and just stared for a long time." He rubbed the back of his neck. "She moved out," he said. "Or that's what I told myself. She took her stuff. She handed me her key. She said she was sorry for making things weird. I believed it because I wanted to." He looked back at the hook, at the absence hanging there. "I did not realize until later that she'd never given that one back," he said. "That she had a way in no matter how many locks I changed." He let that sit between us, the mundane horror of it, heavy as any ghost. "And now," he finished quietly, "thanks to me not dealing with it properly back then, and thanks to you trusting the wrong person for 10 seconds, she knows I'm still here. She knows you are too." 3. The night. She was in his room. He sat there for a while after that, hands around his mug, not drinking, eyes drifting past me to some fixed point over my shoulder. I could tell he was debating whether to keep going or cut it off and let me fill in the blanks myself. "There's one more thing," he said finally. "I've never told anybody this part." The way he said it made the hair on my arms stand up. "It was before the fight," he went on, "before I told her to move out, back when I was still making excuses for her in my head." He stared at his own fingers as he talked, like he did not want to see my face while he said it. "I woke up because someone else was breathing in the room," he said. He lifted his eyes just enough to meet mine. "You ever get that?" he asked. "Where you're asleep and your brain is still tracking the sounds around you, and it knows what's normal. Daisy's breathing, the HVAC, the fridge. It's like a pattern, and then something new sneaks in and it drags you up by the throat." I thought of the house at 12:47 a.m., the dead stillness, the way Daisy's growl had cut through it. I nodded. "Usually," he said, "Daisy breathes like a little engine, short, soft, almost rhythmic. I'm used to it. That night, there was something else. Longer, deeper. Somebody trying to breathe quietly and not quite pulling it off." He lifted one hand, fingers flexing unconsciously, like they remembered reaching for the lamp. "I was on my side," he said, "facing the wall. Daisy was supposed to be on the floor in her bed, near the foot of mine. I could feel the cold from the window on my face, the warmth from the comforter on my back. Everything felt normal, except that breathing." He drew a slow breath in through his nose, held it, then let it out through his mouth, recreating the sound. "Not a snore," he said. "Not wheezing, just long inhales, long exhales. Someone trying to keep it even." He slid his hand across the table, miming distance. "It was coming from the foot of the bed," he said. "Not from the corner where Daisy sleeps, from higher up." He closed his eyes briefly. "I told myself it was a dream," he said. "I told myself if I moved, if I rolled over, and there was nothing there, I'd feel like an idiot. So I stayed still, eyes closed, listening." The kitchen felt smaller suddenly, the air tighter. "After a while," he said, "there was this faint sound of fabric, not much, just cloth shifting, like someone adjusting how they were sitting, not lying, sitting. The mattress didn't dip, the bed didn't creak. Whatever she was perched on was right at the edge, like she was trying not to disturb it." He swallowed, throat working. "I could smell her," he said. "That was the worst part, honestly. There's this cheap floral shampoo she used, you know? One of those huge bottles people buy once a year. That mixed with, I don't know, skin, sweat. Someone who showers, but maybe not as often as they say they do. It was hanging in the air. It wasn't a memory. It was fresh." He rubbed his thumb along the rim of his mug, a small, repetitive motion, keeping time with his own story. "I laid there," he said, facing the wall, eyes shut, heart going 150. "Every few seconds I'd feel it, that sense that somebody was looking at me, not just in the room, at me, like they were trying to see through my eyelids." He gave a small, humorless huff. "I used to think that was a stupid phrase," he said. "Feeling someone's eyes on you. It's not stupid, it's real. Your body knows when it's being watched." His gaze drifted past me again, to the bedroom door down the hall. "I don't know how long I stayed like that," he said. "Could have been 5 minutes. Could have been 45. The breathing stayed slow. The fabric rustled every now and then. I started counting my own breaths, just to keep from jumping up and bolting." He cleared his throat, voice dropping a notch. "Eventually," he said, "I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know if I was losing my mind or if she was actually there, and which of those options was worse." He lifted his hand, reenacting the motion in miniature. "I rolled over fast," he said. "Hand out, hitting the lamp switch as I went, so the light would come on before my eyes were fully open." His fingers snapped down on the invisible switch. "The lamp came on," he said, and she was sitting on the edge of the bed. The kitchen suddenly seemed very quiet. "She was right there," he went on. "Left side near the foot, perched on the mattress, not really leaning on it. Her knees were angled toward me. Her hands were on her own thighs. She wasn't scrambling away. She wasn't shocked. She tilted her head, just a little, like a dog hearing a new sound. He stared at me, and I could see the picture clearly in his mind. The bed, the lamp, the figure at the edge of the light. She blinked slowly," he said. "Her eyes were, I don't know, flat, I guess. Not wide, not guilty, just watching. Her hair was hanging over one side of her face. She was in an oversized t-shirt I didn't recognize, and these pajama shorts with little moons on them, bare feet on the hardwood." He took a shallow breath. "Daisy was in the doorway," he said. "Not in the bed, not on her pad. She was standing right in the threshold of the bedroom, just inside, tail tucked all the way down, ears flat. She was looking at the girl, then at me, then back at the girl. She looked like she wanted to leave the room and couldn't, like something had glued her to that spot. I could feel my own heartbeat in my wrists. I said her name," he murmured. "Something like, 'What are you doing?' My voice cracked. I remember that. I sounded like a teenager." He shifted in his chair, mimicking her posture without meaning to. "She smiled," he said. "Not big, just the corners of her mouth, like she'd been caught doing something mildly embarrassing. Not this." He pitched his voice higher again, nearer to the cadence he'd used before. "I was just making sure you were really here," he quoted. "Sometimes I feel like you disappear on purpose." The sentence hung in the air between us like a bad smell. He stared at a spot on the table. "I told her to get out," he said. "Not of the house, of the room." I said it as calmly as I could. I did not yell. I remember thinking, if I yell, it becomes something else. So I said, "You can't be in here when I'm asleep. You understand that, right?" He let the imagined silence play out. "She didn't move at first," he said. "Then she made this little hurt expression, like I'd smacked her. She slid off the bed very slowly, like she was worried about waking someone up. She walked past Daisy, and Daisy flinched, just a little. Then she went down the hall to her room and shut the door." He exhaled slowly. "I sat there with the lamp on until the sun came up," he said. "Didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see her sitting there again. Same angle, same sentence." He reached up and rubbed his face with both hands, dragging them down. "That was when I decided to end it for real," he said. "The fight about the text was just the excuse I needed." He glanced toward the pantry wall again. The hook, the note. "I changed the locks after she left," he said. "Called a locksmith, had him put in new deadbolts on the front and back. Rekeyed everything. He was here for like an hour drilling into the door frames, fitting in new hardware. Daisy hid in the bedroom the whole time because she hates the sound of the drill. I stood there holding the dog back and watched this stranger completely rework the house's skin." He made a drilling noise with his teeth, then grimaced at himself. But I never got that pantry key back, he said. I knew that even then. I told myself it didn't matter because the locks were different. So any old copies she had were useless. I told myself she was gone, that she'd find some new Mark, some other roommate, somebody else to spin stories around. I didn't think about the fact that she had walked this hallway, that she'd sat in this kitchen, that she'd watched me sleep. He looked at me then, straight on. And then you texted me from my own couch, he said, telling me my sister was here to grab her stuff. Something cold slid down my spine, slow and deliberate. That night she sat on my bed, he said quietly. I really did feel like I was disappearing, like she was the only one who could see me clearly, and I didn't like who she saw. Now she knows you're in the picture too. She's got a new, I don't know, character, I guess, in whatever story she's telling herself. Under the table, Daisy's nails clicked as she shifted, like the word itself made her nervous. The locksmith's drill screamed in my imagination, even though it had happened months before I ever set foot in this house. The high metallic whine biting into wood and metal, shavings falling to the mat, a stranger's gloved hands fitting a shining new deadbolt into a gouged-out hole. Daisy cowering in the back bedroom, ears flattened against her skull, trying to dig herself into the space under the bed to escape the noise. He had changed everything he thought mattered. He had left a small, smiling note and an empty hook untouched. We sat there for a while in that kitchen, the past and present pressed together so tightly they were hard to separate. He talked about calling the locksmith again that afternoon, about getting the hinges reinforced, the frame beefed up, the chain replaced with something industrial. He looked at me and said he was sorry again, and this time I believed he meant it. We made a plan. I would stay until the new hardware was in, then go back to my apartment, back to my own boring walls and familiar hums. This would be his problem again, in his house, in his history. At least that was what I told myself. Weeks later, long after the new deadbolts were installed and the bracket on his door was anchored into solid wood and metal, I was sitting in my own living room, in my own building across town, with my own cheap lamp casting its tired circle of light. It was late. The fridge had just cycled off. The pipes in the wall had quieted. The upstairs neighbor's TV was finally silent. For one long breath, the apartment fell into that same strange, unnatural pause I'd first felt in his house. In that pause, right at the height of my own doorknob, I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. 4.1, trying to move on. I told myself the story ended at his house. New Year's Day bled into the next week. The locksmith came like we planned. He parked his van in Mark's driveway, logo half peeled off the side, and carried in a metal toolbox that looked heavy enough to anchor a boat. For 2 hours, the house echoed with the shriek of drills and the hollow thuds of new hardware being slammed into old wood. Daisy hid in the back bedroom with me, trembling every time the bit into the frame. By the time I left, the front door looked tougher. New deadbolt, longer screws, reinforced strike plate. The chain was upgraded too, bolted into something more substantial than drywall. Mark stood there afterward, jangling his new ring of keys like it meant something. I did my best to pretend I believed it did. Then I went back to my own life. My apartment was on the west side of Columbus, in one of those 3-story buildings that all look like they were manufactured in the same factory. Beige siding, brick veneer on the bottom half. Narrow balconies that no one really uses except to store dead plants and rusty grills. You walk in through a glass door that never quite closes all the way unless you shove it. Then straight into a small lobby that smells like old carpet cleaner and someone's cooking from the night before. Mailboxes line one wall, metal cubbies with tiny doors and even tinier locks. A faded sign above them reminds you not to leave packages unattended, which everyone ignores. There's a stairwell on one side and an ancient elevator on the other. The elevator is technically functional, but most of us avoid it unless we have groceries or laundry. It shudders when it moves, and sometimes the doors hesitate before opening, like they're thinking about staying shut for good. I live on the second floor. My hallway is a long strip of gray carpet, worn darker down the center where people's feet have mapped out the path. Doors on either side, each the same dull off-white, each with a peephole and a brass number screwed in slightly crooked. The walls are that non-color landlords love, somewhere between cream and institutional. On paper, it is not a bad place. I have a small living room with a balcony door, a galley kitchen with laminate countertops that pretend to be granite if you squint, a bedroom big enough for a queen bed and a dresser, and a bathroom where the fan screams like a jet engine every time I turn on the light. Before New Year's Eve, it all blended together. Home was just a pause button between work and whatever else. I would get up at 7:30, shower in water that oscillated between too hot and too cold, drive the same route to the office, sit at the same desk under the same fluorescent hum from 9 to 5, then drive the same highway back, half listening to local talk radio until I could not take the voices anymore. I used to unlock my front door without thinking. Key in, turn, shoulder the door open while scrolling through my phone with the other hand. Sometimes I would toss my keys on the counter and not remember where I left them until the next morning. After Mark's house, everything in my building sounded different. The first Monday back at work, I tried to package it as a weird story for my coworkers, something to tell over microwaved leftovers in the break room. "You think you had a rough New Year's?" I said, forcing a laugh. I had some psycho ex-roommate of my friends try to break into his place while I was dog-sitting. Cops and everything. They did the appropriate things, widened their eyes, shook their heads, said some variation of, "Dude, that's crazy," and "At least you and the dog are okay." One of them asked if the woman was hot, like that made it better somehow. I made a joke back because that's what you do. Turn it into content, something shareable. But the whole time I was talking, I could feel my shoulders creeping higher, my jaw clenching every time someone in the hallway outside the break room opened or closed a door. The soft thunk of metal on metal made my throat tighten in a way it never had before. By the time I got home that night, it was already dark. Winter does that, steals the light before you're ready. I parked in my usual spot in the lot, the one under the half-broken lamppost that flickers when the wind hits it. Walked across the asphalt, listening to the crunch of old road salt under my shoes. The front door to my building resisted, as always, and then swung in too fast when the latch finally gave. The lobby smelled like cheap tomato sauce and dryer lint. Somewhere downstairs, a washer was in its spin cycle, the drum thudding every few seconds like it was trying to punch its way out. I checked my mailbox, a flyer for a pizza place, a utility bill, some junk addressed to a previous tenant, then started up the stairs. Halfway up, someone's door closed on the first floor. Not slammed, just shut. The soft, decisive click of a latch catching. My chest went tight. I stopped on the step, fingers digging into the cold metal railing, and waited. Nothing else happened. No voices, no footsteps, just the distant whine of the elevator cables and the muffled drone of a TV from somewhere above me. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. In front of my own door, the routine I used to do on autopilot became a checklist. Keys in my right hand. grocery bag in my left. Set the bag down, insert the key. Listen to the tiny scrape of it entering the lock. Turn. Feel the deadbolt retract. Push the door open just enough to step inside, then close it quickly behind me, shoulder against the wood until I hear the latch catch. Lock. Chain. I bought the chain the day after I came back from Mark's. It was not much. Cheap hardware, 2 anchors, and a chain that felt lighter than his. But it was something. I installed it myself with a stubby screwdriver, sweating more than the effort warranted, the screws squeaking as they bit into the frame. Now it was muscle memory. Turn the deadbolt. Slide the chain. Only after both were in place would I really breathe. I checked the peephole too, every time. Not just when someone knocked. As soon as I stepped in, groceries still in the hall, I'd press my eye to the little glass circle and look at the empty hallway I had just walked through. It became a loop. Door, lock, chain, peephole. Inside, I kept the TV on almost constantly. Not because I wanted to watch anything, but because silence had started to feel like something with teeth. I'd come home, drop my bag, toss my keys in the bowl by the door, and turn the TV on low to whatever channel did not demand too much attention. Some home renovation show, reruns of sitcoms, the local news. The point was not the content. It was the sound. Human voices spilling into the apartment, filling the gaps where my brain wanted to replay the same few minutes over and over. The turn of a deadbolt without my hand on it, the chain straining, the woman's voice calling a name that was not mine like it should have been. My own fridge became a character too. It was smaller than Mark's, an older unit with a door that didn't seal quite right unless you gave it a little extra push. Before all this, the noise of it blended into the background. A low hum, the occasional clunk when the compressor kicked off. Now I cataloged every sound it made. I'd be sitting on the couch, trying to pretend I cared about the plot of whatever was on, when the fridge would suddenly go quiet mid-hum. The tiny silence after that, the half second before another sound filled it, made my skin crawl. I noticed other things I used to ignore. The way the elevator shuddered when it stopped on my floor, followed by a faint metallic ding and the whoosh of its doors. The drag of someone's laundry basket down the hall, plastic scraping carpet. The muffled thud of an upstairs neighbor dropping what always sounded like the same heavy object every night around 8. When someone on my floor pulled out a chair, probably at their kitchen table, probably just sitting down to dinner, the legs made this soft, dragging moan over the carpet. The first time I heard it after coming back from Mark's house, my brain translated it as a chair being moved very slowly across hardwood in the dark. I had to stand up, walk to the center of my living room, and literally tell myself out loud that my apartment did not have hardwood, that there was no couch a few feet away with someone sitting on it, waiting for the lights to go out. It helped. A little. Outside my door, the hallway had its own soundtrack. People coming and going at odd hours, keys rattling in locks, conversations half caught as neighbors answered deliveries or argued softly with whoever was on the other side of their phones. I heard all of it a lot more clearly than I had before, partly because I was listening for it now, partly because some nervous part of me had become convinced that any sound could be the one that mattered. The new habit that took root hardest was the peephole. I cannot count how many times, in those first few weeks, I padded barefoot down my hallway just to look through it. No knock, no noise, just a sudden spike in my chest, a sense of someone on the other side of the door, and me standing there in the half-dark, eye pressed to the cool metal ring, staring at an empty hallway. Most of the time, there was nothing, just the gray carpet, the matching doors, the cheap sconce halfway down that flickered when the elevator ran. But every time I looked and saw nothing, some small part of me imagined the angle just outside the fisheye view, the inch of wall where someone could stand flat, out of sight, breath held, waiting for me to open up. So I stopped opening, at least not quickly. Packages sat in the lobby longer because I did not want to go down right away when my phone buzzed with the delivery notification. The idea of someone waiting on the other side of the glass door, watching me sign for a box, made my skin crawl. I started planning my laundry trips for mid-afternoon on Sundays, the quietest time, when most people were at church or hungover. From the outside, nothing had changed. I still went to work. I still nodded at my neighbors in the parking lot, made small talk about the weather or the potholes. I still picked up my mail, paid my bills, watched TV. Inside, my life had developed a new axis. Before the chain, after the chain. Before the tapping, after the tapping. I told myself I was being careful, not paranoid. That I was doing the normal things women my age had always had to do in this kind of world. Check the peephole. Keep the chain on. Be aware of who followed you in from the parking lot. I reminded myself that men are supposed to learn that too, even if no one says it out loud. What I did not admit, even to myself, was that none of that explained why. Some nights, long after the neighbors upstairs had stopped dragging chairs and the elevator had gone quiet, I would sit on my couch with the TV on mute and listen to the hum patterns of my own appliances, waiting for something to drop out of them. Not because I missed the noise, because I had learned that sometimes the worst sound in a house is the one that comes after the usual ones stop. 4.2. The wrong knock. It happened on a Thursday, not a special one, not an anniversary of anything, just a regular, empty-feeling Thursday. I had gotten home late because of some pointless meeting that should have been an email. Too tired to cook, I stopped at the Chinese place a block from my building, the one with the faded pictures of combo plates taped inside the window and the same 3 people always working behind the counter. I ordered orange chicken and egg rolls without really tasting the decision. By the time I sat down on my couch with the takeout containers spread across my coffee table, it was a little after 9. The local news was on, more out of habit than interest. Some anchor in a blue suit was talking about city council budget arguments, his voice even and professional no matter what graphic flared next to his head. The apartment felt halfway between cluttered and lived in. My work bag slumped against the wall by the door. A hoodie hung crookedly off the back of a chair. The soft rustle of the plastic takeout bag on the table was the loudest sound in the room for a moment, until the fridge kicked on with its familiar low hum. I had just fished a slippery piece of chicken out of the carton when I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. My hand froze halfway to my mouth. Grease dripped back into the carton with a soft plip. Not a knock, not really. Not the solid rap of knuckles against wood that says your neighbor wants to borrow something, or UPS left a package downstairs. This was softer, more deliberate. 3 taps, evenly spaced. Low on the door, exactly where a hand would land if it were hovering just above the knob. For a second, I thought it was my brain replaying the sound from Mark's house. Phantom memory. But the TV was still talking. The fridge was still humming. The light above my kitchen sink was still buzzing faintly. All of that threaded around the new sound, framing it. Tap, tap, tap. The orange chicken went back into the container. My body moved before my mind caught up, like some old script had been loaded into my muscles. Up from the couch, bare feet on cheap laminate. The soft shh of my sweatpants as they brushed against each other. The TV's glow fell away behind me as I stepped into the narrow hallway leading to my door. The light from the overhead fixture washing everything in a pale yellow that made the walls look even more tired. I stopped a couple of feet back from the door, every nerve in my skin aware of the distance between me and it. The tapping kept going. Same rhythm. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. The sound was so soft it almost could have been inside the wood instead of on it, like the building itself was trying to get my attention from the other side. "Who is it?" I almost asked. The words reached my throat and died there. Instead, I leaned forward and put my eye to the peephole. A fisheye view of the hallway blinked into existence. Gray carpet, slightly darker line down the middle where people walked. Off-white walls that had never been painted anything else. The cheap fluorescent tube in the ceiling fixture casting a harsh white stripe down the center. The corners bleeding into shadow. No one. My own door opposite, a few inches from my face. The door across from mine, closed. Metal numbers screwed in just crooked enough to annoy. Further down, the little bend where the hallway turned out of sight toward the elevator. Empty. Tap. 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 The sound came again while my eye was still pressed to the glass. I watched my own door frame vibrate almost imperceptibly with each tiny contact. The angle of the peephole distorted distance. It made the hallway look both too long and too close at the same time. No one moved there. No shadow shifted. No sleeve slipped into view. But the sound was right in front of me, a couple of inches from my face, filtered through the thickness of the door, and under it, barely, was something else. Breathing. Not loud, not dramatic, just the faintest hint of air being pulled in and out of lungs. The kind of sound you only notice when the rest of the world is trying very hard to be quiet. It should not have been possible to hear that through the door. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was my own breath, rebounding off the wood. That is what I tell myself now. At the time, it felt external, shallow, controlled, like someone was standing close enough that their nose was almost touching the paint, trying not to fog up the surface. Behind me, the TV continued its oblivious monologue. And after the break, we'll take a look at your 7-day forecast. Will this cold stick around? Stay with us. The anchor's voice was smooth, practiced, completely wrong for what the inside of my body was doing. The cheerful graphic of cartoon snowflakes flickered across my wall from the living room as the station went to commercial. The contrast made my teeth ache. The fluorescent light in the hallway outside my door buzzed, an uneven, insect-like bzzzt that I had never paid attention to before. It flickered once, briefly dimming the scene in my peephole, then steadied again. Tap, tap, tap. I stayed absolutely still. My back had flattened against the wall without my permission. I held my breath, desperate not to add my own noise to the mix. When I did not answer, the tapping stopped. The sudden absence of it was almost louder than the sound itself had been. For 3 or 4 seconds, there was nothing but the TV faintly relaying a car dealership commercial in the background and the blood rushing in my ears. Then the knocking changed. This time it was knuckles, solid meat and bone contact. 2 hard thunk-thunk sounds, spaced slightly further apart, higher on the door, closer to where someone's hand would land if they were standing up straight. There was a little impatience in it. A little, "Are you serious?" I flinched anyway, my eye still glued to the peephole. The fisheye view bent slightly as my head jerked, then settled. That was when I saw it. Not a face, not some classic horror movie reveal of someone staring back at me through the peephole. Just an edge. At the very far right of my distorted field of view, down near the bend in the hallway, something moved. A hint of fabric and shape. The slope of a shoulder, the line of an upper arm, the color, dark, maybe gray or black, contrasted with the off-white wall just enough to register before it slid away, out of sight. It was there and then it was not, like someone had been standing pressed against the wall at the limit of the camera's vision and decided to lean back just as I focused. I blinked, hard. When my eye opened again, the hallway was empty. The fluorescent hum filled the space the tapping had left behind. The pizza flyer that somebody had slipped under my door earlier that week lay just inside my neighbor's threshold down the hall, crooked and unbothered. For a long moment, I did nothing. My heart hammered. My hand hovered over the chain, not touching it, like I was afraid even brushing it would somehow undo its usefulness. The TV in the other room came back from commercial. The weatherman stood in front of a green screen, gesturing at a map while the graphic overlay painted cartoon clouds over Columbus. "Temperatures will stay below freezing overnight," he was saying. "So make sure you bundle up if you're heading out early tomorrow morning." Bundle up. Someone out there in my hallway had been close enough for me to imagine their breath on the other side of my door. I stayed at the peephole until my eye started to ache, pressing the bone around it into the metal ring. Nothing moved. No doors opened. No one walked past. It was like the building had taken a snapshot of stillness and decided to hold it, just to spite me. After a couple of minutes, the rational part of my brain started trying to claw its way back up. Maybe it was one of my neighbors, I told myself. Wrong door. Drunk. Delivery driver punching in the wrong unit number on their little LED screen. People make mistakes. The tapping could have been something else entirely. Pipes, the building settling, some weird electrical thing. Maybe. I waited 1 minute longer, just to be sure. Then slowly, I slid the chain back. The metal links made a tiny scraping sound as they bunched up, smaller than I remembered, less reassuring. I turned the deadbolt, each degree of rotation feeling like a risk. Then I pulled the door open a crack, ready to slam it shut again if anyone was still there. The hallway stared back at me in bland neutrality. Empty. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, casting that too bright wash over the gray carpet and the off-white walls. The elevator at the far end was closed, its little red floor indicator steady at 1. The door across from mine remained shut. On the floor in front of my door, half on my welcome mat and half on the hallway carpet, was the pizza flyer I'd seen earlier that week. It was not where I'd left it. I usually picked up that kind of junk mail and tossed it inside without thinking. This one, though, I'd been too tired to care when I came home the night before. It had been lying flush against the bottom of the door, the edge of it just kissing the threshold. Now it was skewed sideways, angled like someone's shoe had been on top of it. One corner was bent, a faint, fresh crease running through the cardboard where weight had pressed down. I stared at that small, stupid piece of paper for a long time. The logo on it was bright and friendly, a cartoon slice of pizza with a smiling face, cheese stretching in a way that was supposed to look appetizing. The coupon text offered 2 large pies for the price of 1 if you ordered before the end of the month. There was a gray smudge across the bottom corner, probably dirt from the hallway, probably someone's shoe, probably. I picked it up carefully between 2 fingers, as if it might be hot, and brought it inside with me. Closed the door, locked it, slid the chain back across. For the rest of the night, every time the fridge cycled off and left that too clean slice of silence hanging in the air, some part of my brain replayed those 3 soft taps. Not from a memory now. From here. 4.3. She knows my name. The second time she came to my door, I could not pretend it was a mistake. It was a Tuesday night that felt like it had been 6 days long. I'd gone to bed around midnight, later than I should have, brain buzzing with spreadsheets and half-remembered headlines. I must have dropped off hard, because when I woke up, it was like someone had cut a scene out of my life and spliced in another. The apartment was dark. My bedroom window glowed faintly around the edges where the blinds did not quite reach, picking up the weak, orangish light from the parking lot. The alarm clock on my nightstand showed 1:15 a.m. in sickly red numbers. What woke me was not a nightmare, or the fridge, or the neighbor upstairs doing whatever they did that made it sound like they dropped bowling balls at random. It was the elevator. The sound was small compared to the volume of my own pulse. A distant mechanical shudder through the bones of the building, then a soft ding that floated up the stairwell and seeped under my door. I'd heard that noise 1,000 times since moving in. It had never once pulled me out of sleep before. Tonight it did. I lay there for a second, holding my breath, listening. The elevator doors slid open on the other side of the wall with their usual low shk and the faint clank as they hit the end of their tracks. Then came the footsteps. Carpet eats sound. That's part of why landlords love it. You can pack people into a building and pretend they are not there. But even carpet cannot swallow everything. You still hear the little things. The soft thud of weight shifting, the slight squeak of rubber soles, the tiny exhale someone makes when they step out into a dark hallway and orient themselves. Whoever it was not hurrying. The steps were slow, measured, coming up my stretch of hallway. I counted them without meaning to. 1, 2, 3. I knew where my neighbors' doors were. I knew where they would usually peel off and turn their keys. The steps kept going past those points. 4, 5, 6. They stopped. Right where my door was. My mouth went dry. I pushed myself up quietly, the sheets whispering against my skin. The air in the room felt cold and close. For a second, the only sound inside the apartment was my own breathing, louder than I wanted it to be. Then came the clatter. Not loud, not like someone fumbling armfuls of keys, more precise. A light metallic chink and scratch, as if a small ring of keys had knocked gently against a palm or against wood. The sound was out in the hallway, somewhere around chest height, the other side of the door that separated my bed from whoever was standing there. I sat very still. The keys went quiet. For a moment, nothing happened. No knock, no tapping, just the faint hum of the building's heating system and the two of us separated by inches, listening for each other. I climbed out of bed, bare feet touching the cold floor, and moved toward the bedroom doorway. I did not turn on any lights. The line of glow from the living room was enough to keep me from walking into the wall, just barely. From the hallway near my front door came the sound I had been half expecting and completely dreading. Tap, tap, tap. This time it did not start slow. No hesitant feelers. The rhythm was quick, insistent, a little impatient. Short bursts of contact, like fingers drumming on a desk while someone waited for you to answer a question. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I could feel it through the floor more than hear it now. The vibration running up the frame and into the air, into my chest. My body slid into the same awful routine as before. Down the short hall, past the dim outline of the couch. Heart beating hard enough that I worried it would be audible through the plaster. The TV was off this time, I had gone to bed without leaving it on for company. The apartment felt too quiet, as if it were listening with me. I stopped a few feet back from the door. The peephole gleamed faintly in the dark like a small blind eye. For a second, I could not bring myself to look. Tap, tap, tap. My hand shook when I lifted it. I pressed my eye to the glass. Same fisheye world as before. Same gray carpet, the same off-white walls, the same fluorescent bar light humming overhead. No person in sight, but the sound was right in front of me. The wood under my palm thunked softly with each little tap, the vibrations coming straight through. I was close enough now that I could hear her breathing again. Not because it was loud. If anything, she sounded like she was trying to keep it quiet, but because there was nothing else. No TVs from other units, no pipes, no elevator. Just that faint in and out, with a slight hitch at the top of each inhale. My phone was still on the nightstand. The distance between me and it felt like a mile. The tapping stopped. For a heartbeat, I thought maybe she had given up. Maybe she'd realized she had the wrong door, or thought I wasn't home. Then she spoke. The voice was right up against the wood. The words pressed flat and filtered through it. But there was no mistaking the tone. Calm. Almost amused. "I know you're in there, Ryan." Hearing my name in that voice was worse than hearing it in a stranger's mouth. It did not sound like she'd guessed. It sounded like she was reciting a fact she had known for a long time. The peephole gave me nothing. Just the empty hall, the corner where someone could be standing out of frame. But my body reacted like she was inches from my face. My back peeled away from the door. I took 2 steps backward without remembering my legs moving. She knew my name, not Mark's. Mine. I had never posted a photo of myself at his house. I had never tagged him in anything from that weekend. We were not the kind of friends who documented our hangouts for the internet. But he had posted photos of us before, from work events, from bars. Mark at the company picnic, arms around 2 co-workers, my face on the edge of the frame, holding a solo cup, tagged in the corner. Mark's birthday at the dive bar on Broad Street. 3 of us crowded into the booth, washed out by flash, all of our handles stacked under the caption. You do not think of that as dangerous, normally. Just background noise. A way of saying I was here to people who will scroll past it in half a second. Unless someone is using those pictures as a map. I thought of her fingers swiping through his Instagram, pausing on my face, my name, clicking. He's your friend, she might have said, alone in whatever room she had migrated to. That means he's part of it. On the other side of my door, the wood ticked softly as she shifted her weight. I imagined her bare forehead resting against the paint, hair hanging down around her face, lips almost brushing the surface. You open doors so easily for people, she said, almost tender. That's sweet. The word sweet scraped me like a fork on glass. My hand groped for my phone automatically, even though it was not there. Phantom pocket. I remembered, too late, that it was back in the bedroom on the nightstand, screen face down, useless. For a few seconds, I stood in the middle of my own hallway, caught between 2 terrible choices. Run back to the bedroom and grab the phone, turning my back on the door. Stay where I was, rooted, and hope that not making a sound would somehow undo the fact that she knew exactly who I was. I did not call 911. That is the part that still bothers me. I can dress it up however I want. Nobody had been hurt. She had not actually gotten inside. This could still be explained as some kind of harassment case that the cops would not care about. But the truth is simpler. I was afraid that if I said it out loud to a dispatcher, "There's a woman at my door who knows my name and won't go away," it would solidify into something even realer than it already was. I was afraid they would show up, find no one, and send me back inside with a little knot of condescension in their voices. Afraid they would mark it as no crime committed and close the file while she was still out there, somewhere, carrying my name around in her mouth. So I did nothing. On the other side of the door, she laughed softly. It was not the full, unhinged cackle I'd heard Mark describe from his nights with her. It was smaller, private, like we had just shared a secret. "We'll practice," she said. "You and me, boundaries, doors." Then, like she had made her point and was satisfied with it for now, she moved away. I did not see her through the peephole. All I had to track her with were sounds. The slight scuff of her shoe on the carpet right in front of my door. Another step, quieter, as she hit the softer part of the runner in the middle of the hall. A third, fading as she walked toward the corner. There was no second set of steps this time. If she had brought anyone with her, they were better at hiding than the last partner. A moment later, the elevator dinged again. The doors opened with their usual tired shk. I heard the faint rush of displaced air as she stepped inside, then the muffled thud of the doors closing. Silence seeped back into the hallway, thick and smug. I stayed there with my eye pressed to the peephole long after I knew she was gone, staring at the empty space where she had been standing. My muscles ached. My breath came in shallow, unsatisfying pulls. When I finally stepped back, the apartment felt like a different place. Same couch, same TV, same unwashed dishes in the sink. But everything had shifted half an inch to the left. I went to the bedroom, picked up my phone with hands that would not stay still, and stared at the dark screen. No missed calls, no texts. The world, as far as it knew, was sleeping peacefully through another weeknight. I sat down on the edge of my bed and listened to the building. Somewhere far below me, a washing machine turned off. Pipes knocked in the wall. A car started in the lot and idled for a few seconds before pulling away. None of it mattered. What mattered was that she had found where I lived without me ever telling her the address. That she had stood at my door, an entire city away from the house where this started, and spoken my name like it belonged to her now. She was not just looking for his house anymore. She was looking for me. 5.1. The phone call Mark did not want. I put off calling him for 3 days. Every time I thought about it, I heard her voice at my door again, saying my name like we were already familiar. Every time I picked up my phone, my thumb hovered over his contact and then slid away, scrolling nothing just to avoid that one simple action. On Saturday, I ran out of excuses. It was just past noon. Sunlight dulled by winter clouds made my apartment look flatter than usual, like someone had turned the contrast down. I paced between the window and the kitchen, phone in my hand, heartbeat doing this annoying little double tap whenever my eyes drifted to the door. Finally, I sat at the table, opened my contacts, and hit Mark's name before I could talk myself out of it. He answered on the third ring. "Yo," he said, sounding out of breath. "Give me a sec." There was a clatter on his end, the squeak of something plastic, then a brief rustle as he must have tucked the phone between his shoulder and ear. Overlapping the motion was a wave of background noise, the echoey murmur of a big space, wheels rolling on concrete, some kid crying faintly in the distance. A woman's voice came over a loudspeaker in that strangely cheerful, flat tone all store intercoms share. "Assistance needed in aisle 4, lumber. Assistance needed in aisle 4. Metal rattled. Somewhere, something heavy thumped. "You at Home Depot?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "Welcome to 30-something Saturday. What's up?" I did not ease into it. "She came to my door," I said. The pause was short, but it was there. "What?" he asked, less casual now. "The girl," I said. "Your ex-lodger, roommate, whatever we're calling her. She was at my apartment. Not once, twice." I walked him through it. The tapping, the empty peephole view, the pizza flyer skewed on the mat, the elevator at 1:15 a.m., the keys, the tapping again, faster this time, and then the part that mattered most. "She used my name," I said. "Not yours." She said, "I know you're in there, Ryan. I never told you my door number. You never posted you were at my place." But she knew. The store noise on his end went thinner, like he had subconsciously stepped away from the main aisle. The wheels of a cart rolled by, then faded. "Dude," he said slowly. You sure it was her?" I closed my eyes, pressed my fingertips into the bridge of my nose until stars pulsed. "It was the same tapping," I said. "Same way she talks, the sweet thing, like she's complimenting you while she's pressing on the bruise. I don't know if it was her, and I also really, really do." He did not answer right away. Over the line, I could hear the cavernous hollow of the store more clearly now, a distant beeping from a forklift backing up, the faint crackle of another overhead announcement, music barely audible under it all, some soft rock playlist from 15 years ago. "Mark," I said, "you told me you thought you knew who she was when she came to your house. You told me you changed your locks. That should have been the end of it. It wasn't. She's out in the world doing whatever this is. I need more than she's weird and we had a fight." He blew out a breath that fuzzed in my ear. "I thought you were overthinking it at first," he admitted. "I mean, yeah, she's intense. But people knock on doors. They hit the wrong units. They get drunk. They forget apartment numbers. I didn't want to turn your whole building into a horror movie in your head. You did that when you left out the part where she likes to sit on people's beds and watch them breathe." I snapped. He deserved that one. Even he seemed to know it. "You're right," he said quietly. "Okay, start over. Tell me exactly what she said at your door. Every word." So I did. I repeated the phrasing, the cadence, the way she'd leaned on sweet like it tasted good to her. I described the elevator ding and the fact that I had not seen her, but had heard her breathing until my own drowned it out. On his end, the noises of Home Depot continued their life. A cart went by slowly, metal wheels over polished concrete, the little squeal of a misaligned one wobbling. Someone laughed faintly. The overhead voice cut through again. "Attention shoppers, don't forget to check out our weekend savings in garden and seasonal." None of it matched the conversation we were having. "She knows where I live," I finished. "That's not an accident. And she knows my name. I didn't give it to her." There was another stretch of silence. "She's good at that kind of thing," he said finally. "Finding people." My grip tightened on the phone. "How?" I asked. "Does someone get good at that kind of thing?" He hesitated. I could almost hear him looking around, checking if anyone was within earshot, even though no one in a hardware store in Columbus cared about our call. "After she moved out," he said, "I blocked her on everything. Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, even freaking Venmo. Anywhere there was a profile picture, I hit block. I thought that would be it." "It wasn't," I said. "It wasn't," he agreed. "Couple months after I changed the locks, I started seeing new accounts show up in my follower list. No posts, just stock photos for profile pictures. Names that looked like a bunch of random letters. They'd only follow a couple of people. Me, one or two co-workers, sometimes my sister. He caught himself. My real sister, he clarified. The actual one. Did you know it was her? I asked. Not at first, he said. But they'd do this thing, like a pattern. They'd like only certain photos. Never the obvious ones. Not my selfies, not the ones where I'm front and center. They'd hit the pictures where I was with other people, where I tagged friends. They'd click 2, 3 deep in like the oldest group shot I had. The account would sit there for a few days, then disappear. Then a new one would pop up. I felt something cold move down my spine. How do you know it was her and not just bots? I asked, even though I already knew I would not like the answer. Because one time, he said, she forgot to completely scrub herself. He shifted the phone, muffling the store noise for a second. One of the accounts used a picture I recognized, he said. Not her face, just a corner of her bedroom. A lamp I'd seen, the bedspread. It was subtle, but it was her. And the likes? All on photos where you were in the background. The Christmas party. That stupid bowling night. The 4th of July thing where you're on the grill in the back. My stomach rolled. She knew my name because she read the tags, I said. Yeah, he said. And once she had your name, it's not that hard. Search your handle. See what you post. See what your friends post. See which tagged photos you're in. People leave a trail. He pushed a cart then, or leaned on one. The metal rattled faintly. There's more, he added. Of course there is, I muttered. She knew where I worked, obviously, he said. But it wasn't just like vague awareness. She had my schedule down. She'd show up in the hospital parking lot sometimes. Not right by my car. She wasn't that sloppy, but close enough. Sitting on the curb, pretending to be on her phone. Or at the bus stop across the street. I'd come out at the end of a shift and see her, and she'd do this thing where she'd notice me and wave like it was a coincidence. You told me she was weird about timelines, I said. About you being late by 18 minutes. Yeah, he said. She started doing that in the parking lot too. One time I tried to ignore her, just walked straight to my car. She texted me, "You're leaving early tonight. Trouble with the new nurse?" That was before I blocked her number, so she was watching more than just my social media. A forklift beeped steadily behind him, backing up. "Mark," I said, "this isn't just some messy ex situation. She escalated with you until she was sitting on your bed in the dark. Now she's knocking on my door. That's not drift, that's pattern." "I know," he said, the words heavy. "I know. Believe me, I have had that thought." "So," I said, "what's her name?" He did not answer right away. A man's voice floated past him, asking something about 2x4s. Mark muttered a quick, "I'll be right there," away from the phone, then came back on. "I didn't tell you before because I didn't want you looking her up," he said. "I didn't want you diving into her profiles, giving her more ways to see you. But I guess that ship has sailed." "She already knows where I sleep," I said. "I think we're past the maybe she won't notice me stage." He sighed, a slow, defeated sound. "Her name is Lauren," he said. "Lauren Pierce. At least that's the one on the lease and the ID she showed me. Could be another layer of fake. But that's the name I have. Lauren." The name felt too normal for the gravity attached to it. "She moved here from Dayton," she said. He went on. "Before my place, she had an apartment over by Bethel Road, some complex with a name like every other complex. Something Creek, maybe. Maple Creek? Riverstone? I can't remember. She had a falling out with her roommate there. That was her story, anyway. Do you remember which side of town? I asked. Northwest, he said. Near the strip with the Kroger and that old movie theater. I only went there once to help her grab the last of her stuff. Place looked fine, normal. Her roommate wasn't there. She kept saying she was glad about that. He shifted the phone again, the store noise swelling and ebbing with the motion. I don't know how much of anything she told me was real, he admitted. But if you're going to start digging, that's where I'd start. That old complex. Her name. Maybe a parking lot camera somewhere remembers her better than I do. I wrote it down. Lauren Pierce, Bethel Road, old apartment near the Kroger, on the back of an envelope with a pen that did not want to work at first. The ballpoint scratched and skipped, like it objected to being part of this. On his end of the line, the overhead speaker came back to life. Assistance needed in aisle 4, the woman's voice repeated. Assistance needed in aisle 4. Mark made a small noise that could have been a laugh if you stretched the definition. I gotta go, he said. Boss man needs his lumber. Listen, be careful, okay? Don't go to her place alone. Don't go full detective on this. She likes attention. She eats it. Too late, I said, staring at the name on the envelope. She already has mine. He started to say something else, then stopped. I'll text you anything I remember, he said instead. Little stuff. Maybe it'll help. Maybe it'll just scare you more. Either way, you deserve to know what you're in the middle of. We hung up. The apartment felt smaller when the call ended, like his voice had been propping one of the walls up and now it had leaned in closer. On the table in front of me, beside a cold carton of orange chicken I had not finished 3 days ago, was a single line of blue ink. Lauren Pierce, old place near Bethel Ward. It did not look like much, just a name and a ghost of an address. The first real outline of whatever had stepped out of Mark's past and into the hallway outside my door. 5.2. The old neighbor. I told myself I was just going to take a look. That is how people in horror stories lie to themselves. They frame it as curiosity instead of compulsion. Mark's old place near Bethel Road turned out to be one of those sprawling, tired complexes that ring the edges of Columbus. Brick buildings with names that sound vaguely natural and soothing, slapped on signs half hidden behind overgrown bushes. This one was called something like Maple Run, even though there were no maples, just a parking lot with oil blooms spreading like bruises under cars that looked like they were held together by rust and hope. I parked near the office, pretending I might be there to ask about a unit. The sky was that dull winter gray again, the kind that erases the horizon. The air smelled like exhaust and the faint, sour ghost of old snow. The building Mark pointed me to in his follow-up text was toward the back. 3 stories of brick with peeling black numbers bolted near each entrance. The concrete steps up to the front door were chipped, the metal railing cold and sticky under my hand. Inside, the hallway hit me with the smell of other people's lives. Stale cigarette smoke, last night's fried food, floral plug-in air freshener barely masking all of it. The carpet was darker here than in my building, the pattern worn down the middle to a threadbare strip. A heavy metal door led to the stairwell. When it swung closed behind me, it did so with a hollow clang that echoed up and down the concrete shaft. My footsteps followed it, bouncing around the walls as I climbed. On the second-floor landing, someone's TV bled through their door. A laugh track erupted on the other side, big and fake and pleased with itself, then cut off suddenly as someone changed the channel. The silence that followed felt half-shaved. According to Mark, His old unit had been 2B. The door now had a different name on it, printed on a cheap plastic strip and slid into the holder. I stood there for a second, staring at the number, trying to imagine Lauren walking in and out of that frame. The door opposite opened suddenly. I jumped. An older man stepped out, wearing a faded OSU sweatshirt and sweatpants that had seen a better decade. He had the kind of gray hair that insisted on sticking straight up, no matter how much you combed it, and a face creased by both laughter and cigarettes. A small grocery bag hung from one hand, a pack of paper towels and a loaf of bread visible at the top. He squinted at me, weighing whether I was a problem. "You lost?" he asked. His voice had the gravelly edge of someone who had smoked inside for years before the building banned it, and probably kept doing it anyway. "No," I said quickly. Sorry. I used to know the guy who lived there." I nodded at 2B. I was just seeing if it was still the same place. It was lame as explanations go, but he did not shut the door. "You friends with Mark?" he asked. The name landing that casually here made my scalp prickle. "Yeah," I said. "Ryan." Recognition clicked faintly in his face. Right, he said. "You were the guy with the Honda, right? Used to park crooked as hell." That was Mark, not me, but I was not about to correct him. I nodded once, like I remembered the same thing. "He told me someone might stop by," the man added. "Said if some skinny guy came asking questions, I should talk his ear off so he doesn't go chasing shadows." He said it lightly, but his eyes stayed sharp. "You lived across from him?" I asked. He shifted the bag in his hand, freeing up the other to scratch at his chin. "Still do," he said. "Unit C. Watched this hallway more than I've watched my own TV, I swear. Too damn much drama for what they charge for rent." He looked past me at 2B's door, and something in his expression flattened. "You remember the girl?" I asked. "Dark hair. Stayed here for a while. He said she was his roommate, kind of, Lauren. He did not repeat the name. He did not have to. The girl with the dark hair," he said slowly. "Oh yeah. Hard to forget that one." He leaned his shoulder against his doorframe, grocery bag swinging slightly. "She wasn't loud, not at first," he went on. "Polite enough. Held the door for you if she saw you coming. But she had episodes." "Episodes," I repeated. He nodded, eyes drifting as he pulled the memories up. "Late nights," he said. 2, 3 in the morning sometimes. You'd be lying there trying to sleep and you'd hear her out here in the hall, not talking regular, yelling, or crying, or both. Always at his door. He jerked his chin toward 2B. "She'd pound on it," he said. "Not like a normal knock, like she wanted the damn thing to splinter. 'Open the door, Mark, and don't ignore me, I know you're in there.' That kind of thing. Sometimes it'd go on 10, 15 minutes. I'd open my peephole, and she'd be right there, hair all down in her face, just wailing on the wood. I imagined it. The same tapping escalated into fists, the same fixation, narrower hallways. Did he ever let her in? I asked. Not that I saw, he said. Sometimes he'd yell back through the door. Sometimes he wouldn't say anything at all. Those nights were worse. The quieter he got, the louder she did. Building's cheap. You hear all of it whether you want to or not. He set the grocery bag down on the floor by his feet, freeing both hands now, one gesturing toward the stairwell. Security came up a couple times, he added. We've got this guy here at night, sits by the mailboxes pretending to watch the cameras. He'd haul himself up the stairs, tell her she had to go back inside or he'd call the cops. She'd calm down fast, turn on the waterworks, apologize. Next night, it'd be something else. Did she live in there the whole time? I asked, glancing at 2B. He shrugged. Hard to say, he replied. Sometimes she'd come from the elevator, sometimes from the stairwell. Sometimes she'd be sitting on the floor at the end of the hall when I took my trash out, just staring at his door. Didn't matter what time. Midnight, dawn, lunchtime. Like she didn't sleep. The sitcom laugh track from the unit down the hall picked that moment to burst into the corridor again, a canned wave of joy that did not match anything being said here. It rolled over us, then faded as someone turned the volume down. You said there was drama with someone else? I asked. Not just with Mark. He looked at me more closely then, like he was gauging how much I really wanted to know. You know about the dog sitter? He asked. My mouth went dry. No, I said. I don't. He nodded, as if confirming something to himself. Wasn't Mark's place, he said. This was after he left. Maybe 6 months later. Maybe more. Time blurs in here. He pointed down the hall, to a door near the stairs on the opposite side. Couple in 2F took a trip, he said. Left their dog with a sitter. Young woman, early 20s, nice kid. I'd see her take the dog out in the mornings, always said hello. You get to recognize who belongs and who doesn't, you know? I did know. Too well. Anyway, he went on. One night, real late, like 2, 3 a.m., there's this sound. Not banging, not the usual party noise. Just this steady, soft knocking. I open my peephole, look down, and there's our dark-haired friend, standing outside 2F. Lauren, I said. He still did not say the name. She's all calm, he said. Not like she was with Mark's door. She's tapping on it. Real gentle. 3 little knocks, over and over. I can't hear what she's saying at first. Then she raises her voice just enough, and I catch it. He tilted his head, mimicking her tone. It's okay, you can open up, he recited. I'm a friend of the owners. They told me you'd be here. The words landed with a little thud in my stomach. I had heard that angle before. What did the dog sitter do? I asked. At first, nothing, he said. Place stayed dark. No movement. Then I heard the chain rattle. Just a little, like someone was checking it. Couple minutes later, the door opened a crack. I could see the kid's eye through the gap from where I was. She was half hiding behind the door, like she already regretted it. He leaned forward slightly, the hallway lights catching the lines under his eyes. The dark-haired girl smiled, he said. Even from here I could tell. You know how someone's whole posture changes when they smile? Shoulders go up, head tilts. She held up her hands like, see? No threat. Said something like, they really should have told you about me, that's so rude. And laughed. He did not try to imitate the laugh. I was glad. The sitter cracked the door a little more, he said. Enough that the dog stuck its nose out. Some small thing. Corgi, maybe. Tail going like crazy, no barking. That's what bothered me, no barking at all. He rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. I didn't hear all of it, he admitted. Couldn't make out every word, but I heard the sitter ask, do you have a key? And the other one said, of course. They trust me. Real offended, like the question itself was rude. Next thing I know, the doors open wider and they're both inside. He paused. I waited. Did anything happen? I asked. Depends what you mean by happen, he said. I didn't hear any screams, if that's what you're asking. No crashes, no fight, just 2 people moving around in there for a while. low voices. At one point, I heard the dog whine. Once. Then nothing. The metal stairwell door opened at the end of the hall with another clang, and someone's hurried footsteps slapped the concrete beyond it, then faded down. "How long were they in there?" I asked. He shrugged, one shoulder rising and falling. "Half an hour, maybe," he said. "Time does weird things in the middle of the night. All I know is, at some point, security came stomping up the stairs. Turns out the sitter had texted the owners. Owners called 911 from wherever they were. Cops showed up first, then security actually got off his stool. By the time they got to 2F, Brunette was gone. Took the back stairs, I guess. The sitter was white as a sheet. Dog was under the table, shaking. The old man bent down to pick up his grocery bag, the plastic crinkling. Cops were here a while, he added. Same old questions. Did she threaten you? Did she take anything? Did she put hands on you? The sitter kept saying, she just kept asking if I was scared, over and over, like she wanted me to say yes. A shiver walked up my shoulders. What happened to the sitter? I asked. Packed her stuff that night, he said. Owners cut their trip short, came back next day. By that evening, the sitter was gone, left the keys on the counter. I saw her rolling a suitcase out to her car, like the building itself was on fire. Did Lauren come back? I asked. He shook his head slowly. Not here, he said. Or if she did, she got better at hiding it. No more late-night screaming in the halls, at least. That was the last big show. He straightened. Far as I know, nobody got killed, he said. Nobody ended up in a dumpster or on the news. But people left. Mark left. The sitter left. Couple other tenants broke their leases early. Person like that? She doesn't need to drag a body down the stairs to wreck a place. She just has to knock enough times. The sitcom laugh track down the hall erupted again, shrill and hollow, as if on cue. It spilled into the shared air between us, bouncing off brick and paint. The old man opened his door a little wider, the chain on it rattling faintly. You sure you want to be digging around in this? He asked. Seems to me, if she knows where you live and she's already paying visits, the last thing you want to do is let her know you're chasing her trail. I don't have to let her know, I said. She finds things out whether anyone tells her or not. He studied my face for a moment, then nodded once like he had gotten the answer he expected. If she shows up here again, he said, I'll call it in. Cops, security, whatever. Not that it'll stick. She's slippery, slides out of things, but I'll do what I can. Thanks, I said. He half laughed, half coughed. Don't thank me, he said. Just go home, and maybe stop opening doors for people who smile at you in the hallway. He stepped back inside and closed his door. The latch clicked. I heard the chain slide across, a soft metallic whisper, the same sound mine made at home. I stood there for another few seconds, looking at 2B, then at 2F, then back down the smudged length of carpet toward the stairwell. Somewhere in this building, Lauren had stood outside another stranger's door and told a version of the same lie she used on me. I'm a friend of the owner. They told me you'd be here. Nobody got murdered here. No blood on the walls, no chalk outlines. Just a handful of people who packed their bags in the dark because some part of them knew that staying was worse. Pattern, I thought, as I pushed the heavy stairwell door open and listened to it slam, clang behind me, echoing up and down the concrete shaft. This was not an accident, or a one-off, or a misunderstanding. This was something she did. 5.3. The unreported things I did not leave right away. After the old man shut his door, I stood there in the hallway of his building with the smell of stale smoke and reheated dinners pressing in, staring at the 2 units he had pointed out. Mark's old door, the dog sitter's door. Behind one of them, once, a woman had pounded and screamed until security came. Behind the other, once, she had talked her way in with a soft voice and a borrowed story. 2 different nights. 2 different people. Same hallway. Same girl with dark hair. Same pattern. Nobody had mentioned a name to the police either time. Nobody had insisted the officers write down Lauren Pierce or whatever ID she'd shown Mark when she first moved in. She was just the girlfriend, or the visitor, or the disturbance. A problem that walked on 2 legs and had a return address somewhere else. I turned toward the stairwell, hand on the cold metal bar of the door. Before I could push it open, hinges creaked behind me. Another door down the hall opened a crack. This one belonged to an older woman I had seen peeking through her peephole when I first came up. Short, wiry, gray hair. Housecoat with a floral print that had probably been bright once. She kept the chain on, but her face appeared in the narrow gap, one eye skeptical and bright. "You with Mark?" she asked. Her voice had more air in it than the old man's, but it held the same weight of someone who had watched this building through too many cycles. "Yeah," I said. "Ryan, I just talked to..." "I heard," she said. "Walls are thin. You're asking about her." She did not say the name either. Nobody wanted to give it more shape than it already had. "I don't want to bother you," I started. "You're already here," she said. "Might as well finish it." The chain rattled softly as she moved a little closer to the opening. I stepped back so she wouldn't feel crowded. "She was trouble," the woman said, nodding toward 2B. "He was nice enough. Kept his head down. Paid his rent, but she brought a draft with her, you know? Every time she walked past my door, I'd feel it. Cold air, like the hall had been empty for hours, and suddenly remembered it wasn't. She glanced down at my hands, like checking whether I was shaking. Joe asked if I remembered her pounding on his door, she went on, meaning the old man. I remember other things too, things the cops don't write on their little forms. I stayed quiet. That seemed to encourage her more than questions would have. "One night," she said, "I woke up to the dog." "Mark's?" I asked. She shook her head. "The other one," she said. "Owners in F, some little thing. Barked at anything that moved during the day. Yapped its head off, honestly. Drove me crazy sometimes. But this wasn't barking." She lifted her chin slightly, eyes looking past me into the hallway, into some other night. "It was after midnight," she said. "Maybe 1, maybe 2. I don't sleep straight through anymore, so who knows. I heard this sound, long and low. Not a howl like you hear on TV, not that dramatic. More like a cry that got stuck halfway." Her throat worked as she swallowed. "He kept doing it," she said. "Over and over. This long, drawn out, I don't know what to call it. A complaint, maybe. I got up, came to the door, put my ear to it. It was coming from over there." She nodded toward 2F. No voices, no shouting, no TV, just the dog. "How long?" I asked, before I could stop myself. "Long enough that I thought about calling downstairs," she said. But then I thought, what am I going to say? The dog sounds sad? They'd tell me to take a pill and go back to bed. The sitcom down the hall laughed again, thin and far away. "He kept it up," she said slowly. "Same sound, same pauses. Sometimes he'd scratch at something. I could hear the little claws. And then..." She stopped, lips pressing together for a second. "And then it stopped," she said. "Not faded, Not got tired, just stopped. How? I asked, even though my chest had already tightened around the answer. There was a bang, she said. Not loud enough to wake the whole floor. Just a heavy thump, like somebody dropped a box of books, or a person sat down too hard. Right after that, nothing. The word nothing landed harder than the thump. I waited, she said. I thought maybe he'd start up again, or someone would shout, or lights would come on under the door. Didn't hear a thing. Eventually, I went back to bed. You tell yourself it's none of your business, that if something was wrong, someone closer would deal with it. She looked at me, and in that look, I saw all the long nights she'd replayed those seconds in her head. Next day, she said, I heard from Joe that cops had been up there. Sitter called them, said there'd been a misunderstanding, a disturbance. They took a statement, then left. No one went out in handcuffs, no ambulance. What about the dog? I asked. She frowned slightly, like she was surprised I had to ask. Owners came back early, she said. Week or two later at most, they were gone. Moving truck in the lot, dog in the back seat. I saw his head through the window when they drove off. Didn't look dead to me, if that's what you're asking. Maybe I got the sounds wrong. Maybe he just knocked something over and scared himself quiet. The way she said it made it clear she did not really believe that. No article in the paper, she added. No cops knocking on doors asking if we'd seen anything. Just a line or two in the building log about a noise complaint. That's all it ever is on paper. Noise. Disturbance. Noise complaint. Welfare check. All the neat little labels they slap on calls that do not end with blood on the floor. On the ride over, I had half been hoping to find some big missing piece. An old crime report, a mugshot, something that said, here is what you are up against. Here is the boundary between strange and dangerous. Instead, all I had were these scraps. Drunk yelling, soft knocking, a dog's voice cutting off mid-cry. Nothing you could pin down. Everything you could drown in. Did the cops ever get her full name? I asked. The dark-haired girl. If they did, they didn't share it with us, the woman said. She was the girlfriend when they asked us about the late-night arguments. The visitor when she was at F. Nobody ever asked. What's her last name in case she does this somewhere else? She closed her door a little, chain tightening. Young man, she said. I've been here long enough to know they only write down what fits in their boxes. Drunk, domestic, noise. Once she leaves, they're already thinking about the next call. Unless somebody ends up on the floor, she's just a story. One they don't have time to listen to. She let the door swing shut with a soft click. The chain rattled once more, then fell still. In the stairwell, the metal door slammed behind me with its usual clang. The sound shot up the concrete throat and echoed back, like my own movement had startled the building. On the drive home, the sky finally decided what it wanted to do. It started as a fine mist on the windshield, the kind that makes everything outside look smeared. I flicked the wipers on. They dragged across the glass with a tired whoomp whoomp, leaving temporary clean arcs that the rain blurred again almost immediately. The roads were slick and dark, the lines glistening. My tires hissed on the wet pavement. Streetlights turned the drops into falling strands of copper. I turned the radio on for company. It was tuned to some talk station I never changed off of, the default voice for when I did not want to be alone with my own. As we head into New Year's weekend, the host was saying, authorities are reminding everyone to make a plan before you go out. Don't drink and drive. check on your friends, and if you see something suspicious in your neighborhood. My hand twitched toward the dial. Don't just scroll past it, he went on. Call it in. Better safe than sorry, right? No one wants to start January with a headline about something that could have been prevented. They played a clip from last year, a chief of police talking about isolated incidents and heightened awareness during the holiday season. The language was so familiar, it might as well have been pre-recorded 20 years ago and dusted off every December. I remembered sitting on Mark's couch, the night ticking toward midnight, Daisy snoring at my feet. I remembered thinking that bad things happened to other people in other neighborhoods, and that I would get to tell his story like a curiosity if I wanted to. Something that had happened once and then ended. The wipers beat a steady rhythm against the glass, slicing the reflection of the dashboard into pieces. The thing that bothered me most about what the neighbors had told me was not the late-night screaming or the soft knocking or the way Lauren had smiled at the dog sitter in 2F. It was the gap between what had actually happened and what had been recorded. In the building's file, she was a line item. Noise disturbance, verbal dispute, units cleared. In the COPS system, she was probably a handful of CAD entries associated with addresses that blurred together. Nothing you could search. Nothing you could tie into a neat little chain. Mark had never given them her full story. The dog sitter had probably stumbled through her version, embarrassed, downplaying the parts where she had opened the door. The older woman down the hall had pressed her ear to wood and then gone back to bed. I had stood in my own hallway with my phone in my hand and not dialed. All the worst pieces, the bed at the foot of which she sat and watched him sleep, the dog's drawn-out cry, the way she whispered my name through the door, lived in our heads, not in any report. Nobody had escalated it formally. What if she had? What if the thump the neighbor heard outside 2F had been a table knocked over, just a dog startled by movement, and nothing worse? What if it had been something else entirely? Some invisible line crossed behind a closed door that no one had written down? It bothered me that I did not know. It bothered me more that no one else did either. The radio host moved on to traffic updates and a segment about holiday recipes. I turned the volume down until his voice was just a murmur under the wipers, like static. As I pulled into my own lot, the complex loomed out of the rain, familiar, unremarkable, anonymous. The glass door at the entrance gleamed faintly. Someone's curtains on the third floor flickered with the light of a TV. I sat there in my car for a minute, engine ticking, watching my own front door through the blur of water on the windshield. If the police didn't have a clear picture of her, maybe I could give them one. Not by telling them another story she could slither around, by showing them something she could not talk her way out of. I thought of Mark's living room, the router on his shelf, the password scribbled on a sticky note, the ring sticker on his window he'd peeled off because he hated ads, the cheap camera he'd once mentioned buying and never setting up properly. She liked doors. She liked thresholds. She liked the space between inside and out. If she came back to his house, or mine, again, I wanted more than a memory of the sound she made. I wanted her face. 6.1. Logging back in. I had forgotten about the app. That sounds impossible considering, but it is true. After the cops left that first night at Mark's place, after the chain bracket finished trembling on the wall and Daisy finally stopped shaking, there was this flurry of practical suggestions from friends over text. Get a bat. Sleep with the lights on. Install cameras. Mark had already done that last one in a half-assed way. A cheap kit he bought on sale and never fully committed to. I remembered him fumbling with his phone at 3 in the morning, half drunk, trying to send me the login in case anything weird happens while I'm out. I had downloaded the app then, tapped in the credentials from the crumpled sticky note he kept by the router. Same handwriting as the Wi-Fi password, same greasy thumbprint on the corner. I remember him saying, "You can check the front door if she comes back, man, just in case." The rest of that night had filled up with more immediate things. Police reports, questions, the weight of the chair wedged under the guest room doorknob. The app had been one more icon on my home screen, then one more thing I swiped past, then something I shoved into a folder when it started to make me feel guilty. It surfaced again on a night when everything was too quiet. I was at my kitchen table in my apartment, the same table where I had written Lauren's name on an envelope and drawn a shaky circle around it. The lamp above it threw a yellow cone of light over the wood, turning water rings into little halos. Outside, the world was just a suggestion beyond the vertical blinds. Flashes of headlights, a smear of neon from the gas station at the corner, the glow of the next building's stairwell window. The fridge hummed softly behind me. The heating kicked on with a gentle whoomp, then settled into its own background sigh. My laptop sat open, untouched, a half-finished email glowing on the screen. I was not working. I was staring at my phone. I had opened Instagram to see if any new fake accounts had liked old photos of me and Mark. I scrolled my own feed instead, past clumsy meal shots, blurry concert videos, group pictures where my face was half hidden behind someone else's arm. Every tagged image felt like a breadcrumb I had left for someone else to follow. At some point, my thumb stuttered and slid sideways, bringing up the grid of apps again. That was when I saw it. Third screen, bottom right of a folder I barely used. A little blue square with a white outline of a camera and a name that meant nothing unless you had ever bought one of those plug-and-play systems from a big box store. It felt like seeing a face I knew in the background of a stranger's photo. Familiar, slightly wrong. I stared at it for a long second, pulse picking up. Then I tapped it. The app opened with a bland splash screen and a spinning circle that pulsed gently, trying to be soothing. "Connecting?" it said, as if patching me through to someone's cozy vacation photos, not the front steps of a house where someone had tried to force the chain open while I was on the other side. For a moment, I wondered if the login would even still work. Maybe Mark had changed it since that night. Maybe he had deleted the whole system in a fit of denial, unplugged the cameras, and thrown them in a drawer. A box popped up. Username. Password. Muscle memory kicked in. I backed out of the app, dug into my camera roll, and scrolled up through months of snapshots until I found the one I wanted. A blurry photo of a yellow sticky note half stuck to a black router, Mark's handwriting listing two things: Wi-Fi, Hilliard House, 2G, cam, same EPW. I had taken the picture that night, half joking, half serious, telling him, "I'm not writing this down. I am too tired. If I die, the detective can figure it out from here." I copied the letters and numbers into the login screen, thumbs clumsy. The moment I hit sign in, the spinning circle blinked again. Then there was a tiny mechanical click from the speaker of my phone, followed by a thin hiss of audio, like someone had cracked open a seal between my kitchen and another world. The app resolved into two rectangles, stacked one above the other. Front door, living room. Both were dark at first. Black screens with the word offline in the corner. My heart sank. Maybe the cameras were dead after all. Then, one at a time, the labels flipped. Online. The top feed flashed snowy static for a second, the hiss in my phone growing louder, then sharpened into an image. Mark's front porch swam into being in grainy color. The camera was mounted up near the soffit, pointed down toward the doormat. I could see the little half-moon of concrete outside his door, the white painted trim, the shadow of the porch light above the frame. Beyond that, a slice of driveway, the faint outline of the cul-de-sac when headlights from a passing car cut across the field of view. Weather at his house looked about the same as mine. Wet, cold, dark. I tapped the second rectangle. The living room camera came up with another static hiccup, then settled. This one was mounted in the opposite corner of the room from where the couch sat. It looked down at the TV, the coffee table, the entry to the hallway, the edge of the kitchen counter. The lens curved the walls slightly, made everything bow inward. The colors were washed out, shadows where my memory had put warm light. No one was there. His TV was off, just a dark rectangle reflecting the faint glow from the street. The couch was empty. Daisy's bed by the coffee table was a darker blot on the floor, unoccupied. I realized I had been holding my breath since the feeds came online. I let it out slowly. "Okay," I said to no one. "Okay." The app had a timeline at the bottom, a horizontal bar with little notches where it had detected motion. The current time pulsed in the middle, a blue line marking now. To the left, older events. The bar for New Year's Eve last year was almost solid with markers, a storm front of activity. I scrolled back. The day labels flicked past under my finger. DEC 31, Jan 1, a cluster of quiet days, then more activity. The app resisted slightly as I dragged the timeline, like it was reluctant to cough up the past. When I found the thickest cluster around midnight, I tapped once. The front door feed jumped back in time. The timestamp in the corner rewound to 12/31/2102. At first, nothing. Just the porch and that pale, washed-out light from a year ago. My brain supplied the rest. Me on the couch inside, pizza box on the table, Daisy snoring. Then my old self opened the door. Just a leg and an arm in frame as the door swung inward. A shape stepped up into the light. The camera caught Lauren in a broken too-wide angle, hood up, hair escaping around the edges, duffel bag slung over one shoulder. For a second, her face was turned directly toward the lens, though she did not seem to see it. Her features were softened by distance and resolution, but the outline was unmistakable. The small, complacent half-smile. The way she held her shoulders like the doorway already belonged to her. She disappeared inside. The timestamp ticked forward. Minutes. Then she emerged again, duffel visibly fuller, the strap digging into her shoulder. She did not look up at the camera as she stepped back off the mat. She looked at the door, at the handle, at the frame. Her fingers grazed the spot where the key would go, almost absently, like someone practicing a signature in the air. The timeline jumped. I scrubbed forward. Later, the porch again, empty. Snow starting to fall in slow, ghostly streaks across the lens. Some neighbors' fireworks flaring white in the distance, smeared spears of light in the camera's limited sensor. Then, around 00:47, the feed jittered as the motion detector tripped. She was back. Hood down this time. Hair darker, slicked with melting snow. No duffel, just her, up against the door, one hand on the knob. The audio was thin, but when I turned it all the way up, I could hear the faintest echo of what had been on the other side of that wood. The soft, rhythmic tap, tap, tap of her fingers on the paint. My own voice, muffled, yelling something I could not make out. Probably the bluff about cops and cameras and faces. On screen, Lauren stilled. She angled her head slightly, listening. She turned, just a fraction, and for one frame, Her eyes seemed to flick up toward the lens. I paused it there, thumb trembling. Even reduced to a handful of pixels, there was something intensely present about the look. Not wild, not blank, focused. Like she had smelled the direction of attention and wanted to face it properly. If I had seen this angle that night, if the app had been open on my phone as I stood in his hallway, would it have changed anything? Would knowing there was proof she was real have helped? Probably not. I let the video run again. She tried the key next. It glinted briefly in the light as she slipped it into the lock. I watched the door jiggle as the deadbolt turned, the chain catching. The frame shuddered when she pushed against it harder. The bracket bent a little. She leaned in, said something I could not quite hear. Then another shape joined her, half outside the frame. A heavier coat, broader shoulder. Two of them. They left a minute later when the first hint of red and blue lights flickered at the far edge of the driveway, barely visible in the corner of the feed. They stepped down off the porch and vanished into the night, swallowed by the limits of the lens. The timeline ticked on. The markers thinned. The present caught up with me again. Back in my apartment, the fridge kicked off, leaving a short gap where only the hiss from my phone filled the air. I watched both live feeds for another minute. Mark's porch, empty. Mark's living room, still. The app had a settings menu in the corner. I tapped it. Notifications, motion detected. Off. It had probably been off the whole time. Maybe by accident, maybe because he had not wanted his pocket buzzing every time a leaf blew across the camera's view. My thumb hovered over the switch. If I turned this on, I would be inviting his house into my pocket again. Every movement on that porch, delivery guy, neighbor's cat, random squirrel, would ping my phone. Anytime she came back, I would know. Anytime she came back. I slid the toggle. Notifications, motion detected, on. The app confirmed it with a tiny vibration and a chime that was almost cheerful. The sound made my skin crawl. I set the phone down on the table, screen still lit with the split screen of his empty house. The lamp hummed softly above me. Somewhere in the building, a washing machine whirred into a spin cycle. A car drove past outside, its headlights momentarily casting thin stripes of light across my ceiling. On my phone, in the little timeline at the bottom of the screen, now glowed a thin blue line. I told myself I had done something practical, that this was data, that if she showed up again, there would be more than my word for it. What I had really done was open a door of my own, between my quiet kitchen and a house across town, between my attempt at moving on and the moment the app would light up my screen with two simple words. Motion detected. 6.2. The empty house that wasn't empty. I found out the house would be empty from a text that was almost nothing. It came in around 7 in the evening, while I was throwing a frozen pizza in my oven and half watching some reality show where people yelled at each other over backsplash tile. Mark's name lit up my screen with a short, casual line. Driving up to Cleveland for the game. Won't be back till tomorrow afternoon. Daisy's at the kennel. Pray for my liver. I sent back a thumbs up emoji and something like, "Have fun, man," then stared at the message a little longer than it deserved. For the first time since New Year's, that house had no human and no dog in it. Just 4 walls, some furniture, and whatever impressions we'd left in the air. I glanced at the camera app icon, sitting in the corner of my home screen like an eye. I did not open it then. I told myself there was no point. Empty houses at night are just static until something moves. The rest of the evening was aggressively ordinary. I ate the pizza straight off the pan, burning the top of my mouth. I answered a couple of emails I'd been avoiding. I let YouTube autoplay through 3 videos I did not really watch. Around midnight, my building got quiet in that way only older complexes do. TVs dropping off one by one, footsteps thinning, pipes settling. By 1 in the morning, the only sounds were the low hum of my fridge and the faint rush of heat in the vents. I was brushing my teeth, lights dimmed to a kind of half-dark, when my phone buzzed on the counter. At first, I thought it was a late text, or some pointless app notification I'd forgotten to turn off. I wiped my hands, leaned over, and saw the banner pop up at the top of the lock screen. Hilliard Cam. Motion detected. Living room. 1:03 a.m. For a second, my brain did not process the words. Then all the little sleepy parts of me snapped awake at once. The house was supposed to be empty. The kennel had Daisy, Cleveland had Mark. Whatever had triggered that notification was not supposed to exist. I tapped the alert with a thumb that suddenly felt too big. The app opened to the split screen. Front door on top, living room on the bottom. Both feeds were in black and white now. The camera's night vision kicking everything into that washed-out ghost light. I maximized the living room. The image stuttered, flickered, then sharpened. His couch, his TV, the coffee table with its permanent little constellation of coasters, the hallway mouth on the left, the doorway to the kitchen on the right, an empty rectangle. No one. The timestamp in the corner read 01:03:12. A tiny red dot pulsed to show it was recording. I watched the room breathe. When a house is really empty, it looks different. There's a slackness, like no one's intention is holding anything upright. The throw blanket was folded neatly across the back of the couch, instead of kicked into a tangled heap like when Mark was actually home. The TV screen showed no reflection, but its own dead blackness. Daisy's bed was just a flat circle by the coffee table. No rise of fur, no slow expansion of ribs. On the other side of town, the cul-de-sac outside was probably silent. His HVAC was probably cycling in that steady, comforting way. None of that made it across the connection. All I had was the grainy little stage and the knowledge that something had set it off. Faulty sensor, I told myself out loud. Spider on the lens. Something stupid. The room did not respond. The camera's night vision exaggerated every contrast. Shadows pooled in the corners. The white of the walls looked almost glowing. The tiniest bit of dust drifting near the lens showed up as a brief comet streaking across the frame. For several long seconds, nothing moved. Then, at the very left edge of the image, just where the frame curved around the hallway opening, something darker than the dark slipped past. It was not much, just the tail end of a shadow, gone before my mind finished registering it. I leaned closer, the phone almost touching my face. A moment later, it happened again. More of it this time. A shape eased into view from the hallway. Small, hooded. The night vision flattened her clothes into one gray mass, but the outline was unmistakable. Narrow shoulders drawn up slightly toward her ears, hair pulled back, the loose strands falling forward around her face. Sleeves too long, half covering her hands. She moved like she had done this 100 times. Not sneaking exactly, not creeping, just at home. A person who knew where every piece of furniture was, where each floorboard would complain. She walked straight into the middle of the room and stopped in front of the TV stand. The camera was high enough that I could see the parting in her hair, the curve of her cheek catching the infrared. Her face was turned 3/4 away, but the profile tugged at my memory in a nauseating way. If I had taken a still frame and printed it out in black and white, I could have written Jenna under it and handed it to a stranger, and they would not have argued. The hoodie, the smallness, the way she carried herself, everything matched the version of her I had let into that house a year ago. Except now, nobody had opened the door. She reached out and brushed her fingertips across the TV remote on the stand. That was what broke me a little. She did not pick it up, did not turn anything on. She just let her hand drift across it, like someone trailing their fingers along the back of a couch in a house they lived in. A casual, proprietary gesture that said, "I know how this works. I've done this before." There was no sound feed from the living room camera at that point. Mark had never set up the microphone correctly, or maybe the system had glitched. Either way, the app showed me silence. My brain refused to accept that. As she moved, ghosts of remembered noises layered themselves over the image. The small groan of his hardwood when someone stepped in a certain spot near the hallway. The gentle clack of the remote shifting on the stand. The low sigh of the HVAC kicking on. The almost imperceptible click of his thermostat when it decided the air had cooled enough. I sat at my own kitchen table, hundreds of yards of asphalt and concrete and insulation away, and heard those sounds in my head as clearly as if I had been standing right there with her. She turned away from the TV. Her face angled toward the camera for one frame, then another. The night vision stripped her eyes of color and detail, leaving them as pale gray pits. For a heartbeat, I let myself believe she was looking directly at the lens, at me. Then she walked toward the hallway. The camera followed the line of her shoulders until she vanished beyond the left edge of the frame, swallowed up by the darker rectangle of the corridor that led to his bedroom, the bathroom, the guest room where I had once wedged a chair under the knob and listened for tapping. The room went still again. The red dot in the corner ticked on. The timestamp crawled forward. So long, an 04, swapped an 05, so 6. I watched the empty space where she had disappeared, like she might leak back out of it in pieces. My phone felt slick in my hand. I realized I was gripping it so hard my knuckles had gone white. The lamp above my table hummed. The fridge cycled off, plunging my apartment into a mechanical silence that made the only breathing I could hear my own. I checked the timeline at the bottom of the screen. The little bar for the current clip stretched out, marked as motion. Just when I thought maybe the camera had lost her, another tiny notch appeared a few minutes down. The video jumped. She came back into frame from the same hallway, slower this time. No bag, no visible object in her hands. If she had taken anything from back there, it was small enough to hide in a sleeve or in the front pocket of her hoodie. Her head was tilted slightly, as if listening to something I could not hear. She walked around the coffee table, careful not to bump it, and sat down on the couch. Not on the edge, like someone unsure if they were allowed. Not perched. She sank back into the cushions, one leg folded under her, the other foot on the floor, like she had done 100 times before. The hoodie ballooned around her. She rested her elbows on her knees for a second, face in her hands, then let them drop. She stared straight ahead. From the camera's angle, she was looking almost directly at the front door, at the small slice of outside world visible through the narrow window beside it. In the washed-out gray of night vision, the glass looked like a rectangle of fog. I watched her watching it. She did not check her phone. She did not fidget. She did not get up and pace like someone anxious about being caught. She just sat there, in that house that was supposed to be empty, in that spot where I had sat a year ago with a pizza box and a dog at my feet, like she was waiting for something to come back through the door, or like she had already decided it never would and was auditing the quiet in the meantime. On my side of the connection, my heart kept trying to convince my body we were in that room too. My chest tightened in time with the shadows on his wall. My ears strained for sounds that weren't arranged for me. The phone buzzed again, a small vibration in my palm that made me jump. Another banner slid down from the top. Hilliard cam. Motion detected. Front door. 1:09 a.m. on the living room feed, her head turned slightly, as if she heard the same notification from her side of the glass. 6.3. The frame that lingered. I do not know how long I watched her. Time gets rubbery when all you have to measure it with is the crawl of a timestamp and your own heartbeat. The corner of the screen said 0109, then 0112, then 0118, but it felt like the same minute looping, stretched thin. She stayed on the couch. At first, I thought she would get up quickly, that this was just a pass-through on the way to whatever she actually wanted from the back of the house. A drawer, a closet, a piece of paper with an old address on it. Instead, she sunk into the cushions like they had been molded around her and went still. If you've ever watched security footage of an empty room, you know how jumpy it feels. Every tiny shift in the pixels reads as movement. Every change in the grain looks like a ghost. This was the opposite. She was too still. Most people, even when they think they are not moving, fidget, adjust their weight, scratch somewhere, check their phone, reach for a drink. She did none of that. For impossibly long stretches, she sat there like a mannequin someone had posed in a relaxed position and then forgot to put back in the store window. Every now and then, she'd tilt her head. Not much, just a few degrees to the side, then back. Like she was hearing something in the house that the camera did not pick up. The night vision caught the motion as a subtle shift in the gray tones, a shadow deepening on one side of her neck, then evening out. I kept expecting Daisy to wander into frame out of habit. Some part of my brain, rewinding the old patterns, wanted to see the dog's small shape circle the coffee table 3 times before settling down. But the bed by the table stayed empty. No scratching of nails, no soft thump of paws, no panting. It made everything worse. Dogs are like background noise in a house. When they are there, their presence fills every gap. When they are gone, you hear the absence as loudly as you would hear a shout. On the screen, Lauren sat in that silence like she had ordered it. Every few minutes, a car passed through the cul-de-sac outside, its headlights smoothing across the front window in a faint wash of brightness that the camera registered as a white, blooming rectangle. The light touched her face, her shoulders, the top of her knees, then slid away. She did not turn to look. She did not duck. She just let the glow roll over her. The Hilliard Cam app continued to do its job, as if nothing about this was wrong. Little markers appeared on the timeline whenever she shifted even a fraction, dutifully logging motion detected, like this was just another homeowner checking in on their own couch. My own apartment might as well have been vacuum sealed. The neighbor's TV, which usually leaked muffled sitcom laughter through the wall at this hour, was off. No one was coming up the stairs. The elevator, when it moved, did it quietly enough that I could not hear it over the thudding in my ears. Even the building's usual clicks and creaks seemed to have backed away, like they understood there was already enough happening in my head. The fridge compressor kicked on with a sudden low roar, then settled into a hum. It startled me harder than it should have. For a second, I misread the sound as something in Mark's house. His HVAC, his fridge, his pipes, until I remembered where I was. I flipped to the front door feed, thumb smearing a little sweat on the glass. The porch appeared in the same black and white ghost light. The mat, the frame, the little sliver of driveway, empty. The motion alert must have tripped when she had walked up to the door earlier. The camera had grabbed that moment, sent it to my phone, done its duty. Now it stared at nothing while the living room camera watched the part that mattered. I switched back. She was still there. Same place, same posture. Only this time, she was not looking at the front door. She was looking at the camera. The angle made it impossible for her to be staring dead on into the lens. The camera was high in the corner, near the ceiling. Her eyes should have been angled down, toward the blank TV or the little front window. And yet, in that frame, she was tilted up just enough that the night vision caught both of her eyes full on. Night vision does something strange to eyes. All the color drops out. The reflection off the surface becomes sharp, almost metallic. In the grainy, washed-out image, her eyes turned into two pale coins, catching more of the infrared than anything else in the shot. For one frozen second, those two small white circles were the brightest things on my screen. Her face was relaxed, almost soft, but there was a ghost of a smile there, barely lifting the corners of her mouth. Not teeth, not a grin, just the suggestion of amusement. Like something in this arrangement, her on his couch, me on mine, a black rectangle of glass between us, had landed exactly the way she liked. The app glitched when that frame hit. It was subtle, a tiny stutter in the movement, a horizontal tear that cut through her shoulders for a single moment and then healed. The timestamp hiccuped half a second, then caught up. I took a screenshot without thinking. The sound my phone made, fake camera shutter, default setting I had never changed, was absurdly loud in my kitchen. It snapped through the quiet like a twig breaking in an empty parking lot at night. She did not react on screen. Of course she didn't. The cameras were one way. The noise was all mine. But some superstitious part of me immediately imagined her head turning in the next frame to look past the lens and into the space where I sat. I backed out of the live view long enough to pull up the image and send it to Mark. No caption. Just the photo, gray and grainy, her pale eyes burning in the center of it, couch around her like a shadow. I hit send, then went back to the camera feed before the app could fully collapse into the messaging screen. My fingers moved automatic, like I had done this 1,000,000 times before. I called him next. The dial tone buzzed in my ear. Once, twice, 3 times. It took 6 rings for his voicemail to click on. His recorded voice cheerfully apologizing for missing my call, promising to get back to me. He was probably asleep in some anonymous hotel bed near the stadium, phone face down on the nightstand, dead to the world. Or at a bar, shouting over music, not feeling the vibration in his pocket. I hung up before the beep. I stared at the call button for a few seconds, thumb resting near but not on it, then dropped his contact and pulled the camera back up. She had moved again. She was no longer on the couch. The cushions had popped back into their original shape, indentations smoothing out in slow motion. The living room was empty. The hallway mouth was nothing but a rectangle of darker gray. The red dot in the corner kept blinking. My stomach twisted. I checked the timeline. A new marker had appeared, just a millimeter to the right of where I'd last been. I dragged the bar over and let the video jump. There she was, back in time, still on the couch. That faint, not quite smile on her face. The glitch ripped through the frame. The image wobbled. Then she stood up. The way she rose bothered me more than it should have. She did not push herself up with a hand, did not brace on the armrest. She just unfolded, like a shadow being lifted off a surface. She walked toward the hallway again. This time, though, she did not disappear fully into it. She stopped just under the camera. From that angle, the lens caught the crown of her head and the slope of her shoulders. Her hoodie hood bunched at the back of her neck. The top of her ponytail, slightly off-center, showed a part in her hair that looked almost white in the night vision, stark against the darker strands. She tilted her face up. The image warped around her as she stepped closer. The curve of the lens bent straight lines into arcs. Her features stretched, then compressed. There was a moment, right before she went too close for the sensor to handle, where I could see her entire face looking up, directly into the eye of the camera. No ghostly distance, no profile. Just her. Eyes white, nose a sharp gray slash. Mouth curved in that same small, private smile. I took another screenshot. I do not know why. Instinct, maybe. Evidence. Then she lifted her hand. From that close, the night vision washed everything out. Her fingers were almost pure white, each segment glowing. They came up slowly, palm open, like she was about to swear an oath. Then she pressed it flat against the lens housing. From my vantage point, it looked like she was putting her hand right over my own eye. The frame went wild for a second. Static crawled across the image. The room behind her flickered, broke into shards of light and dark. The timestamp stuttered. Then everything went black. Not lights out black. Not room went dark black. This was a system screen, uniform, empty, no depth. The red recording dot vanished. A second later, a banner slid up over the void. Camera offline, connection lost. My apartment made a noise at the same time. The fridge's compressor kicked back off with a low thunk, and the hum died. The heater clicked, paused, and stayed paused. No pipes moved. No one in the building chose that exact moment to walk down the hallway or turn on a faucet. For one long breath, I sat at my kitchen table with the phone in my hand, listening to a silence I did not trust. I could have called 911 right then. I thought about it. Thumb hovered over the keypad. I pictured the conversation. What is your emergency? There's someone inside my friend's house across town. Is anyone in danger right now? No one's home. How do you know someone is inside? I'm watching her on an app. She turned the camera off. They would have dispatched someone, maybe. Or maybe they would have put it low in the queue. A possible trespass, no occupant on scene. By the time a cruiser rolled through the cul-de-sac, she could have been gone for an hour. She had walked in there without leaving a mark. She could walk out the same way. I set the phone down on the table, screen still black, white error message in the center like a pupil blown wide. In the reflection, faint and curved, I could see my own face staring back. Her camera had gone dark at almost the exact moment the house was most honest about what lived in it. My apartment, allegedly safer, allegedly my own, suddenly felt like the middle of an exposed field. In Mark's system, the last frame of his living room was her, standing under the camera, hand raised, reaching for the eye. In mine, the last thing I saw was the words that meant she had moved beyond what I could watch. Camera offline. Connection lost. 7.1, a year later. People like to say it has been a year, as if that means something healed. On paper, everything looks better. Mark does not live in that house anymore. He sold it in late summer, after months of half-serious talk about getting out of the suburbs and not wanting to mow a lawn he hates. The listing called it a cozy starter home in a quiet cul-de-sac, which I saw one night by accident when I typed the address into Google out of habit. They took nice pictures, wide-angle shots of the living room where she sat on the couch, a bright, overexposed frame of the hallway where she walked toward the bedroom. The front porch looked friendlier in daylight, with a potted plant someone had staged by the door. No one took a picture of the chain bracket, the hairline crack on the wall where it had strained. He moved into an apartment across town with a lobby that requires a key fob to even breathe in. Brick and glass. Nicer side of Columbus. A uniformed security guard at the front desk at night pretending to watch the monitors. There are cameras in the parking garage, cameras in the hallways, cameras over the mailboxes. Eyes everywhere, none of them his. He told the new building manager about a situation at his old place. Gave them a short version. Girl, break-ins, restraining order talk that never quite materialized into paperwork. They nodded and wrote something down in a file that will never mean as much as it should. Daisy lives with his new girlfriend now. She sends Mark pictures. Daisy on a different couch. Daisy at a dog park. Daisy asleep with her head on someone else's lap. The dog looks happy. Dogs are good at starting over if you move their bed and keep your voice gentle. As for me, I moved too. Not far. Just enough that when I look out my window, I see a different patch of highway and a different gas station. I am on a higher floor now, third instead of second. Taller, narrower building. The lobby has a glass door that actually closes on its own, with a buzzer panel for guests and a small metal camera dome above it that captures everyone's awkward, waiting to be let in faces. Inside, the hallways are brighter, the carpet newer. The walls are still that nothing color landlords love, but they are cleaner. Fewer scuffs where people have dragged their lives past them. The elevator works better. It still has that soft ding when it arrives, but the doors do not stutter before they open. My front door has a peephole, a deadbolt, and a chain that was already there when I moved in. I replaced the screws in the chain myself with longer ones I bought at the hardware store. The guy at the aisle asked if I was doing some light repair work. I said yes and paid in cash. I started seeing a therapist in the spring. There is no good word for the mix of shame and relief in saying that. I went twice a month at first, then once. Nice office, plants in the corners, a big window that looks down over a parking lot where SUVs come and go. She had me tell the story in pieces, without the horror movie cadence. Just facts. A woman lied her way into my friend's house while I was there. The same woman tried to come back. The same woman knocked on my door and said my name. I did not call the police every time. Nobody got killed. Nothing burned down. And yet, that night does not define you, she said once, in that calm, practiced voice therapists have. What happened is part of your story, but it is not the whole story. I nodded like you are supposed to. I did not tell her that it was not a single night, that it felt more like someone had found a loose thread at the edge of my life and started pulling, and that every day since had been a little bit rearranged. I stopped bringing my phone out during the sessions after I realized how often my hand drifted to it, thumb hovering above the folder with the camera app. It felt like smuggling someone else into the room. I still check the chain every night. That is the part that refuses to fade into just a phase. No matter how tired I am, no matter how late I get in, I lock the deadbolt, slide the chain across, and give it a small, firm tug to make sure it catches. On bad nights, I do it twice. The sound of the metal settling into place is the closest thing I have to a lullaby. My ears have not forgotten either. I still hear the mechanical silence she taught me to notice. There is a moment in most apartments when everything that hums takes a breath at the same time. The fridge cycles off, the heater shuts up, the neighbor's bathroom fan stops its tired whine. For 1 second, the building holds its breath. In that gap, I listen. Most of the time, nothing happens. The silence passes. The fridge coughs back to life, or a neighbor flushes a toilet, or a car honks in the distance, and the world fills with small, stupid, reassuring noise. Sometimes, though, that 1 second feels like an invitation. New Year's Eve came back around faster than I wanted it to. Calendar pages flipped. Work weeks stacked on top of each other. There were other stories in the news, other houses, other names, other cities. I learned to skim headlines for certain words and then look away if they weren't there. No mention of a woman matching her description. No pattern of late-night visits strung out across police blotters like beads. If she did anything worse than what I saw, it stayed unreported or was filed under someone else's mess. On December 31st, my co-workers made plans again. Bars downtown, house parties in suburbs I had never been to. Someone invited me to a friend of a friend's place in German Village with the promise of good food and chill vibes. I told them I was sitting this one out, blamed being tired, early morning, holiday travel, all of it true, none of it the reason. Mark texted around 6, "Staying in this year, old man. Girlfriend's got Daisy in a sparkly collar. We're doing board games instead of bad decisions. You good?" "Yeah," I wrote back. "Staying in too. TV and leftovers. Old man club." He sent a picture of Daisy wearing something that looked suspiciously like a party hat and 3 confetti emojis. No mention of the house, the cameras, or the night she reached up and turned the lens off. Somewhere on a hard drive, mine, his, the clouds, those clips still exist. Screenshots still sit in my phone's gallery in a hidden album, 4 gray rectangles of a girl whose eyes glow in infrared. I have not deleted them. I have not shown them to anyone else either. Therapist says that is my choice whether to hold or release that material, like I am a filing cabinet. By the time the evening settled into its usual holiday shape, the city outside my windows had gone bright and loud in all the places that were not near me. My building is far enough from the main drag that I do not hear the real chaos. I get the echo. Fireworks started early. Kids in parking lots probably, or impatient adults with leftover stock from the 4th of July. Dull pops in the distance. Little flowers of light flaring between buildings. Every now and then, one was close enough that my window flashed briefly, a soft white blink behind the blinds. I had the TV on, of course. Everyone does. It is like a social contract. You agree to let some stranger in a sparkly suit count down your collective passage through time. The big networks all showed the same things. Crowds in big coats, hosts shouting over music, live feeds of drops and displays. I picked a channel and then muted it. I knew what they were going to say. 10, 9, 8, same as last year, same as next. I did not need the noise. I just wanted the movement. The tiny figures on the screen hopping in unison, the confetti cannons, the wide shot of a city that was not mine. Outside, someone in the next complex over set off a string of firecrackers that sounded like a motorcycle backfiring for 30 seconds straight. A car on the freeway down the hill downshifted, the engine noise rising and falling like a wave. I stood in the center of my living room, phone on the coffee table, chain locked, the muted TV casting clean blue light over everything. It was almost midnight again. 12 months of distance between me and that first knock. A therapist's reassurances, A new address, new neighbors, a different door. Some things had changed, some things had not. The deadbolt was solid under my palm when I checked it one more time. The chain clicked softly when I tugged it, the metal warm from being touched so often. Behind me, the countdown clock on the TV ticked over another second in silence. Outside, fireworks climbed and broke like distant flowers. Inside, somewhere behind my walls, the building's systems cycled. The fridge hummed, the heater exhaled. Then, for just a heartbeat, they both stopped. 7.2. The motion notification. I had almost forgotten the app existed. Somewhere between Mark selling his house and me moving to my new building, it had become just another silent square on my phone, buried in a folder with other utilities I rarely touched. The cameras were technically his responsibility. When he handed over the keys to the new owners, I assumed he would wipe everything, uninstall the system, start fresh. I never asked if he did. New Year's Eve number 2 was quieter than the last one, at least on my side of the glass. The TV was on again, volume off, a crowd in some other city jumping around in shiny jackets under falling confetti. The clock in the corner of the screen rolled from 11:59:50 to 12 Mawam, while 100,000 strangers screamed a countdown I could not hear. Outside my window, fireworks popped and smeared light across the low clouds. My building shuddered faintly with each closer bang. Somewhere far off, a siren whooped once and then disappeared into distance. I sat on my new couch, socks on, chain latched, hands around a mug of something warm I was not really drinking. My phone lay face down on the coffee table, screen black, buzzing occasionally with New Year texts from people I had nothing new to say to. I let the first wave go by without answering. By 12:02, the TV still showed the crowd, already moving on from the emotional peak to the awkward "what now" of post-midnight coverage. I was thinking about turning it off when my phone lit up with a glow that reached all the way to my hands. It buzzed once, a short, insistent vibration that made the mug rattle slightly against the coaster. I flipped it over. The notification at the top of the screen was not from messages or Instagram or anything social. It was from an app I had not tapped in months. Hilliard Cam. Motion detected. Front door. 12:02 a.m. For a second, my brain tried to argue with what my eyes were seeing. Mark did not live there anymore. His name was off the mailbox. Someone else's is there now, in those little plastic slots by the curb. I had driven past the cul-de-sac once in daylight, out of some self-destructive curiosity, and seen a different car in the driveway. A minivan. Curtain color changed, a different welcome mat. The house was still there. The cameras, apparently, were still there too. And the app still thought I had a right to know when something moved on that porch. I tapped the notification before the rational part of me could finish saying, "This is none of your business anymore." The app opened with its bland logo, spinning circle, connecting. It took longer than usual, little lag stutters in the animation, like the signal itself was reluctant. I hit the front door feed. For 3 or 4 seconds, all I saw was the loading icon. White circle on black, rotating in that falsely calm way interfaces have when they are doing something they do not want to show you yet. Then the image snapped into place. The porch appeared in black and white. Even stripped of color, I recognized it instantly. The sliver of cement stoop. The warped welcome mat Mark never replaced. The vertical line of the wooden support post on the left. The low rail on the right. The narrow, frosted glass panel beside the door that had once let in just enough light to show a chain straining. Someone was standing there. The night vision washed everything into those unnatural grays, but the shape was plain. A person in a hoodie, standing so close to the door that their shoulders almost brushed the frame. Hoods are democratically creepy in infrared. This one was pulled up over their head, casting the face in deeper shadow. Their hand was at the lock, fingers curled around something small that caught the camera's light. The other shoulder leaned gently into the wood, a practiced posture. Not "I got lost and need directions" energy. More like "I have stood in this exact spot many times before." The timestamp in the corner read 01:01:02:11. My mouth went dry. The app streamed without sound. Mark had never fixed the audio on the porch cam, and the new owners probably did not even know they had the option. But my ears tried to fill it in anyway. In my apartment, the fridge was humming. It had been a steady, low vibration at the edge of awareness. The heater was exhaling warm air through the vents, making that soft throat sound buildings make when they are working properly. As the figure on the porch shifted, just the smallest motion of a shoulder, both noises stopped. If it had just been one, fridge cycling off, heater hitting its limit, I could have called it coincidence. Things click off, systems rest. Power bills don't pay themselves, but it was both. The compressor cut mid-hum, leaving the silence chopped off, like someone had yanked the plug instead of letting it wind down. The heater's sigh cut off too, mid-breath. No neighbors slammed a door. No upstairs toilet flushed. The TV was still muted. The building did the same thing it had done in Mark's kitchen, in my old apartment, in my head. A 1-second mechanical hush, the kind that feels less like everything stopped and more like something else is listening now. In that slit of quiet, I leaned closer to the screen. The figure on the porch moved their head. Not much, just a slow tilt away from the lock, toward the upper corner of the doorway where the camera sat tucked under the eaves. The hood shadow shifted. For a moment, the face turned into the faintest cluster of features, a hint of cheekbone, the suggestion of a nose. The night vision never gives you a full face. It teases, a lighter smudge where skin reflects more infrared, a darker hollow where hair swallows it. 2 small, pale points where eyes might be, catching light that is not visible to anyone standing there in person. She raised her chin by an inch, maybe 2. It was enough to make it look like she was looking directly into the lens. The feed stuttered. For a single frame, the image froze on that almost face, hood framing a too bright blur, head tilted just enough to suggest awareness. My own reflection hovered faintly over it in the glass of my phone, eyes wide, layering with the twin pale shapes on screen until it looked like we were sharing a skull. The little spinning icon appeared in the middle of the image, superimposed over her. Then the picture dissolved into blocks of gray, broke apart, and went black. A half-second later, a white bar slid up from the bottom of the app. Camera offline, connection lost. The fridge in my apartment lurched back to life with a shaky start, like it had been holding its breath and suddenly remembered it needed to keep the food cold. The heater kicked on again with a clicking sound that felt almost panicked. Outside, a fresh round of fireworks went off, loud enough that I felt a tiny vibration in the soles of my feet. On the TV, the network had moved on to interviews with drunk strangers in sparkly hats. Their mouths opened and closed in silence. I stared at the error message. I tried the feed again. Tapped, reconnect. The little circle spun gamely, eager, then stalled, unable to connect. Try again later. In some other city, some crowd cheered nothing in particular. On some other street, miles away, in front of a house that no longer belonged to anyone I knew. Someone had stood on a familiar porch, hand at a familiar lock, head lifting toward a camera that should have been reset and forgotten. The new owners probably had no idea that their front door had eyes. No one had told them, "Hey, your smart home system still sends footage to a guy across town who cannot sleep right on holidays." Maybe they had a dog now, some big friendly thing that barked at everything, or a baby monitor glowing blue in a nursery, or a teenager playing video games too late. Or maybe they had gone out for the night and left a friend to watch the place. A cousin, a sitter, someone who thought quiet cul-de-sac in Columbus meant exactly what the listing promised. I pictured them cleaning the welcome mat without knowing who had once bled snow onto it, hanging a wreath, propping the door open while they carried groceries in, never glancing up at the little black dome by the soffit. The app on my phone, the leftover credential from a life I did not live anymore, had given me a window for 3 or 4 seconds, just long enough to see the outline of someone pressing themselves against a door on New Year's morning, as if they preferred the side where the wood was between them and whatever was inside. Just long enough to prove that whatever story started in that house did not actually end when Mark moved out. It just changed casts. 7.3. The last knock. When the feed from Mark's old porch went black, I did something I almost never do. I turned the TV off. Not muted, off. The room swallowed the blue light, leaving only the thin yellow spill from the kitchen fixture over the sink. My reflection on the blank screen flashed once and was gone. The phone in my hand still showed the error message from the camera app. Camera offline, connection lost. I backed out of it, not because I thought it would help, but because I could not stand looking at those words anymore. The home screen came up instead. A grid of icons, little glowing lies about being in control of your life. Texts, email, weather, all the ways the world pretends to be predictable. I set the phone down on the table. The wood was warm from my palms. The faint ring of my mug marked where I had forgotten about the drink inside. I stood up. It was a stupid impulse, but it was the only one I had. Walk to the door. Check the locks. Make sure that the world outside my apartment was staying where it belonged. My feet knew the distance too well. 3 steps from the table to the end of the couch. 4 more to the hallway. The carpet in this building was softer than my last place, but it still creaked in tiny ways under my weight. Little fiber groans that sounded too loud when you listened for them. The deadbolt gleamed dully in the low light, solid and square. The chain lay across the inside of the door, its metal links a darker line against the paint. Both were exactly where I had left them 10 minutes earlier. I reached out and touched the lock. That was when it happened again. The hush, it did not ease in, it dropped. One heartbeat there was the low, steady rumble of the fridge behind me, the faint whoosh of air from the vent above the window, the muffled bass of somebody's TV 2 floors down trying to punch through the building's guts. The next heartbeat, all of it stopped. The compressor in the kitchen cut mid-hum, like a word bitten off. The HVAC fan clicked and went still, the little rush in the vents dying mid-breath. The neighbor's TV fell silent between one laugh and the next. No elevator cables whined, no pipes ticked. Silence hit the apartment like a padded door slamming shut. Not the soft, natural quiet of late at night. Not absence, presence. The kind of quiet that feels like something has put its ear up against the walls. I froze, hand resting lightly on the cold metal of the deadbolt. For a second, I considered the possibility that I was imagining it, that I was so primed for this pattern now that any normal fluctuation in noise sounded like a curse. Then, from the other side of the door, very soft and precise, came the sound I had been hearing in my head for a year. Tap, tap, tap. Same rhythm, same spacing, same height. Right at the level of the handle, not the middle of the door where normal people knock. The new door, different building, different floor, different lock, same tapping. My hand slid off the deadbolt and hovered uselessly in front of me. The chain swayed minutely, metal whispering against metal. Tap, tap, tap. I did not move closer. I did not move away. My body picked the worst compromise. Locked in place, weight balanced, as if staying absolutely still might somehow keep the sound from registering. The tapping stopped. In the thin strip of light under the door, I watched the darkness shift. The hallway light out there was motion-triggered, set to come on when someone entered the corridor and go off when it decided nobody was there. A minute ago, the gap under my door had been a steady, patient line of pale gray. Now, from left to right, a shadow slid across it. Not complete, not blotting it out, just softening it, like the shape of a head had moved into place, blocking part of the glow. She did not knock again right away. Instead, the wood itself began to breathe. On my side, I could hear my own lungs working too fast, the air scraping a little on the way in. On hers, there was a pause. Then, the faintest sound, a voice flattened by thickness and paint, thread thin but unmistakable. You open doors so easily. No shouting, no pleading, no anger. Just a statement, spoken in that same almost amused tone she had used when she called me sweet through Mark's door. Hearing it here in my hallway, against my chain, made the skin on my back feel too tight. I wanted to see where you live now. My name came next, both parts of it. First name, last name, like she was reading it off something right in front of her. A piece of mail, a directory, a line on a lease, the way a receptionist or a cop would say it. Only she stretched it just slightly, tasting the syllables. That was the part that snapped me into motion. I stumbled back a step, then another, heartbeat hammering against my ribs like it wanted to get out. My hand dove into my pocket and came up with the phone. The screen recognized my face immediately, brightening with that indifferent glow. The keypad for the call screen appeared under my thumb like it had been waiting all night. My finger hovered over it. I could call. I knew I could. Dispatch would send someone. They would come up the elevator with their heavy boots and their radio static and their questions, and they would sweep the hallway with their flashlights and find maybe nothing. Maybe a woman in a hoodie. Maybe some explanation that would look reasonable in the harsh white of their body cams. I thought of the old neighbor down the hall from Mark's place, pressing her ear to the door and then going back to bed. The dog sitter in 2F who moved out the day after she opened up. Mark's half-formed sentences in the Home Depot aisle. All the reports that had never said her name. My thumb trembled over the 9. I did not raise my head to the peephole. I did not want an image of her standing there in this building, at this door, to burn itself into my brain. The only picture I let myself have was that strip of light along the floor. From where I stood, I could see the thin, uneven glow under the door, spilled from the hallway fixture. I could see where it dimmed, a darker arch cutting across it where her body interrupted the beam. I could see the way that darkness moved, just slightly, with each of her breaths. The chain vibrated under my fingertips. I had not even realized I was touching it. But there it was, my hand resting lightly on the metal, the links trembling almost imperceptibly with the echo of my own pulse. On the other side of the wood, she exhaled, slow, long, like she had all the time in the world. The whisper of it reached me through the paint. Not words now, just the shape of presence. A human lung filling and emptying inches from mine, separated by nothing but dead tree and hardware. For a moment, the urge to do something, anything, crescendoed so hard that it drowned out thought. Slide the chain back, open the door, get it over with, call 911, yell, tell her to leave, say her name, say mine, fight, run, something. My fingers stayed hovering above the 9. The hallway stayed dim. Her breathing slowed, as if she was settling in, leaning closer to the door, listening for whatever noise might give me away. I do not know how long we stood like that. Me on one side, phone in hand, muscles locked. Her on the other, forehead maybe resting against the wood, mouth near the seam, savoring the distance. The fridge in the kitchen finally remembered its job and coughed back into a low hum. The heater flicked on, sending a warm draft down along the baseboards. Somewhere upstairs, a chair scraped faintly. Someone living a life that did not involve this. Down here at my door, nothing moved but the chain vibrating under my fingers and the thin shadow cutting through the light under the frame. People like to say that the scariest thing is what might happen if something gets inside. Maybe they're right, for them. For me, standing there with my thumb hovering over the 9 and my ear full of someone else's quiet breath, that is not the part that keeps me up. I used to think the scariest part was that she might get in. Lately, I am more afraid of how long she is willing to wait outside.